and tired, wondering if I can sneak out the back. Nobody's even looking me in my eyes. Then you take my hand, finish my drink, say, shall we dance? Hell yeah. You know I love you, did I ever tell you? You make it better like that. Don't think I fit in at this party. Everyone's got so much to say. Yeah, I always feel like I'm nobody. Who wants to fit in anyway? 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. You're making me feel that maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. 'Cause I don't care as long as you just hold me. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. 'Cause I don't care. Trying to talk but we can't hear ourselves. Pictureless, I'd rather kiss them right back. With all these people all around, I'm crippled with anxiety. But I'm told it's where I'm supposed to be. You know what? It's kinda crazy cause I really don't mind when you make it better like that. Don't think we fit in at this party. Everyone's got so much to say. Oh yeah, yeah. When we walked in I said I'm sorry. But now I think that we should stay. 'Cause I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. You're making me feel like maybe I am somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I don't care as long as you just hold me. You can take me anywhere. You're making me feel like I'm loved by somebody. I can deal with the bad nights when I'm with my baby, yeah.
Sunshine Live, Home of the DJs. Mit neuem DJ-Mix zu Beginn der Stunde. Immer um 7, 8, 9 und um 16 und 17 Uhr. Startet noch besser in die Stunde und sichert euch on top mit jedem Mix 100 Euro. Hört genau hin, nennt uns einen Artist oder Songtitel und kassiert bares Geld. Das ist der DJ-Mix, nur auf Sunshine Live. Electronic Music Radio.
Samstag bei Penny. Diesen Freitag und Samstag Naturgut Bio Cherry Roma Tomaten. 250 Gramm nur 89 Cent. Oder Penny Gouda Scheiben. 400 Gramm nur 2,49. Und mit der Penny App sogar nur 2,29. Für alles in günstig. Erstmal zu Penny.
Deine Augen werden schwerer, deine Beine werden leichter und deine neue Bettdecke und Kopfkissen günstiger. Spare als IKEA-Family-Mitglied diesen Monat 10 Euro auf Bettdecken und Kopfkissen ab einem Einkaufswert von 50 Euro. Jetzt in deinem IKEA und auf ikea.de.
Boah.
Was denn?
Wow.
Was denn?
Juhu.
Worüber freust du dich so?
Na, über das DM-App-Geschenk.
Jetzt zu jedem Einkauf im DM-Markt oder im Onlineshop ein passendes Geschenk erhalten. Mit deiner DM-App.
2, 3. Wie, jo? Er sagt jo. Jo. Das ist ganz schön weit runtergedreht, kleine Keule, ne? Da kommt nicht viel drin raus. Ja, wie viel hast du da drin jetzt? Auf 12 habe ich die immer. Minus 12, ja. 1, 2. Ja, schon besser. Eins, zwei, drei. Kann er ja. Oder was? Ja. Genau, das habe ich ja gesagt. So soll es sein. Dann müsste das ja hier mal ankommen. Oh, sehr gut, Thomas. Gucken wir mal, wie die Verzögerung ist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, müssen wir mal gucken hier. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ja, schon besser, ne? So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. 2. One, two, three. Eins, zwei. Eins, zwei, drei. Links, links. Bitte. Thomas, Wand ist aus. Mitte und rechts. Rechts. So, was haben wir hier vorne? 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1.
Drei, 2, 1. Sprach der Igel zu dem Fuchs. 1, 2, 1.
Sunshine Live Swiss Selection mit Rosanna Grüter. Feiert mit ihr Electronic Music made in Switzerland. Vielfältig, ehrlich, wild. 2 Stunden neue Sounds, Sets und Leute, die die Szene prägen und bewegen. Swiss Selection. Immer freitags von 18 bis 20 Uhr auf Sunshine Live. Electronic Music Radio.
Nur solange der Samstag reicht. Der Super-Spar-Samstag bei Kaufland.
Jetzt zum Beispiel Sonnenblumenöl von K-Classic. 1 Liter, 25% günstiger für 1,11 €. Und roter Paprika, Klasse 1. Die große 1-Kilo-Packung für nur 1,99 €. Kaufland, hier bin ich richtig.
Hey Vodafone, ich suche...
Wieso suchen? Mit dem Galaxy S24 ist Finden angesagt. Mit Circle to Search von Google kreist du interessante Dinge einfach ein und findest sofort alle Infos dazu. Gibt's bei uns für 1 €.
Fände ich gut.
Hol dir jetzt das Samsung Galaxy S24 für nur 1 €. Als Neukundin gibt's 200 € Android-Willkommensbonus dazu. Jetzt bei Vodafone.
Wo sind die Schokobons? Wo sind die Schokobons? Wer hat die Schokobons versteckt?
Im Baumhaus sind sie nicht. Over. Im Wohnzimmer auch nicht. Over.
Kein Wunder, ich hab sie.
Kinder Schokobons.
Das schmeckt nach Spaß.
Sie suchen einen günstigen Kompakt-SUV mit 5 Jahren Herstellergarantie? Finanziert für unter 200 € im Monat? Unter 170 €. Bitteschön. Jetzt bei Mitsubishi. Der neue ASX. Nur für kurze Zeit für 169 € im Monat finanzieren. Alle Details unter mitsubishi-asx.de.
Framstag bei Penny. Diesen Freitag und Samstag Naturgut Bio Cherry Roma Tomaten. 250 Gramm nur 89 Cent. Oder Penny Gouda Scheiben. 400 Gramm nur 2,49. Und mit der Penny App sogar nur 2,29. Für alles in günstig. Erstmal zu Penny.
I like the way you kiss me. I like the way you, I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss it. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss it. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached.
You bite my lip, just feel the taste. You're all you need. I'm on the case. You take the heat and with such grace. You say we don't, but here you stay.
Said you're scared I'll let you down. Stick around and you'll find out. But don't you wanna make me proud? 'Cause I'm so proud. Baby, I'm so proud of you.
I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached.
Go stress you out. Can I help you out? Does it turn you on? When I turn you on, can we make a scene? Can you make it loud? 'Cause I'm so proud. Baby, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell it is. Not trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back just so you don't get attached.
I like the way you kiss me. I like the way you,
Sunshine Live.
Problem. You love me no longer. I know, and maybe there is nothing that I can do.
sunshine. Live.
Electronic Music Radio.
there's nobody, nobody else. I'd rather look up when I'm taking calls. There's nobody, nobody else. I got a raincoat that'll keep me warm, and I'm going out late. 'Cause whenever I walk out the door, the sky turns gray and rain will pour. I'm going out late. Tomorrow's on the way. Tomorrow's on the way. Got addicted to our memory lane, and it's taking me back. 'Cause it's better than this empty place that's making me trapped. 'Cause whenever I walk out the door, the sky turns gray and rain will pour. I'm going out late. Tomorrow's on the way. Tomorrow's on the way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The red is on.
On. Ja?
Yeah. Just like the stoplights.
Habt ihr denn das Mikro für, falls jemand im Publikum doch fragt?
Ja, wir haben jetzt 4 Mikrofone da, wir haben 4 Spulen da, die wir reinnehmen können.
Wir beide haben doch wieder ein Mikrofon, oder?
Ja.
Eins, zwei, wo sind die Mikrofone? Da ist noch eins. Jan, nimmst du das? Wo?
Da auf der anderen Seite. Welche? You have the number 2.
Okay.
Zieh mal die 1 mal hoch, die 1.
Sobald es rot leuchtet. Eins.
You're going to stand and talk, right? Huh? You stand up and talk, right?
Maybe. Okay. Or it should be sitting.
No, it's not that.
Yeah?
No, it's dynamic to be up.
Yeah, true. Eins. Funktioniert. Eins. Funktioniert.
Zwei.
Sobald draufdrücken und wenn es rot leuchtet, kannst du sprechen.
Eins.
Kannst es wieder loslassen hier. Einfach nur einmal drauf.
Eins.
Wenn du nämlich nicht sprichst, ist immer schön, wenn du wieder aufdrückst. Also wenn du nicht länger sprichst, also aufdrücken, dass nicht alle offen sind, weißt du?
Ja, verstehe.
Hey, Daniel.
Okay.
Bob Snyder. Thanks for coming.
Ich brauche den Pointer.
Den Pointer.
Yeah, which will be a few minutes because I'm giving them hell.
Folie nach oben ist eine zurück.
Ich brauche nur nach unten. Welche ist
Nach unten ist die nächste Folie, nach oben ist zurück.
I think so.
Okay.
I
1,
saw
2, 1,
something
2.
up there, but they have to ask Dominic because
1, 2.
focusing on the part they're making me do here.
Okay.
Good to have you though.
Gut. Und einen nach oben ist wieder zurück. Wunderbar. So, dann soll ich mal eben anfangen. Wollt ihr schon auf der Bühne sein oder wollt ihr hochkommen? You want to be on stage or you want to come up stage after I inform?
I don't want to come up the stage.
You come up stage.
I'll wait here.
So, 1, 2, 3, ja, ist schon besser, ne?
Okay.
So.
1.
Kriegen sie alle erstmal ein bisschen mehr.
Frank?
Ja,
Wir können anfangen. Wir haben 3 funktionierende Mikros.
wir haben 4.
Gut, wunderbar. Nehmen wir erstmal das. Wunderbar. Ich gehe dann rum. Hello? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! No. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to see everyone around. We're now going to start the press conference regarding the Transformed Europe, the first real and genuine green tech and sustainability fair for Europe, in Europe, next year in Brussels. And now please welcome Mr. Bob Snyder, famous publisher and one of the primary rocks of IT industry. Please, Bob.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After Dominique, I'll be a quiet voice in your face. So thank you for joining us today for the press conference announcing Transform IT. We're going to be introducing you to a show that's not only important for the industry here, it's important for all of us. It's important for the world, and it focuses on the digital transformation and the physical transformation, which will help us bring us to the circular, transformed economy that we need to help with the climate crisis. So I'd like to introduce to you our first speaker this morning, who is Jan Ninteman. Jan is a good friend of mine. Come on stage, Jan. Jan Ninteman, who many of you will know from years in the IT business and the mobile phone business and the Unterhaltungselektronik business. And Jan is also the originator, founder, and developer of the reseller park that we're all in here today. All 220 exhibits came from the mind map of Jan, who had a vision for bringing people and high-tech companies together here at IFA. So Jan is a thinking guy. Jan is not only a man of action, he has great thoughts. And one of his thoughts is, what can he do to help save the planet from our own natural disaster here? And Jan has come up with a concept for a trade show and a very detailed plan which will help us all work together to solve some of the problems in front of us. Jan is going to show you his idea and his concept. My job today, because Jan is so passionate, my job is to make sure he doesn't stay up here for 2 hours talking about it, because he's very passionate. Jan, please tell us about Transform IT.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. No, I feel very bad. It's difficult for me. I have so professional speaker here, Dominic and Bob. So my English is bad. I hope I can bring the idea to you about the Transform IT. Let me start with a PowerPoint presentation. We are running through these arguments, and I believe you will understand why we need the Transform IT Europe in Brussels. As maybe some of the business people will know, that we have the European Commission with the Green Deal to have some effects against the climate warming. And this regulation under the Green Deal is called ESG and CSRD. These are regulations from the EU where all companies in next year bigger than 500 employed people and more than 25 million turnover, they have to give a binding report to the governments, an annual report, how the status is for CO2 emissions and environmental issues. So this report is a very serious activity. If companies don't deliver this report, they will have some bad effects because of financial status. So now, a small view about the market. We have in this world, especially in Germany or Europe, we have a market which is very separated. All the different sectors are not working together. They are working parallel, and they don't take any synergy. So, and all the sectors have started to digitalize their business. And we want to have the digital part of all these sectors on our Transform IT, because we believe that there are a lot of synergies. Solutions for one sector can also be very helpful for other sectors. And we want to have one marketplace where all these sectors come together in the digital part. So this is what I told you. The interface for all sectors is the digital part of all the sectors on our platform. Yes?
Clickers never work the way they're supposed to.
Oh, sorry.
You ready, Jan?
Yeah, wait. I have to. Ja. Nee, ich will zurück.
Jan?
One moment, please.
Yes, one moment, please.
Ist das zurück?
Heinz has to go in a few minutes, so I'm going to bring him up while you sort this out.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jan is sorting out his technical problem, I'd like to introduce you to the CEO of KNX, Heinz Lux, one of our special guests today.
Yep, I
Heinz.
follow next time. Hello, Heinz.
Yeah, hello, welcome. German, English, I don't know how to speak. German, English?
English.
English. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in Berlin. Welcome in Brussels. I am from Brussels. Yes, our head office is in Brussels, so I am more than pleased that Smart Home is coming to Brussels. And the connection with IT, and especially connection with zero energy, is something special. There are so many smart home and smart building exhibitions, events worldwide, but we never had so far any exhibition connecting both smart home, smart building, would say smart living, with that transformation into zero energy. That's for the first time, as my knowledge. Congratulations to the organizers. Brussels is the right place to show it. European connectivity, economic communications there, and all people there. And the energy efficiency is one of the main targets of Brussels community. If we started, KNX, as I'm representing, we started 23 years ago. There was, for sure, nothing against energy management, but was not in focus. Why? As more comfort, maybe security, but it was not something like energy efficiency or energy management. Now, it's became the most important focus of all smart home, smart building activities. This is now the main target of smart building, and even going into the smart cities. And without smart buildings, smart energy is, of course, not possible. Taking into account that 30% can only be saved in energy efficiency with energy management, where you can collect all the important inputs like photovoltaic, energy storage, a wall box, and especially a heat pump, and manage them to use most of them in renewable energies, is possible with smart building only. There is no other opportunity. Manually, of course, it works, but it doesn't work if you go into their different sources. Energy management, smart building are the most important inputs. Just imagine one use case. You have sun, you are not at home, but you want to use it. Then you need energy management. You know that your Outlook is saying you tomorrow you have to go to Brussels. It takes a while to load it. So use the energy now and load your card. That's tomorrow morning it's available. And even the energy efficiency, energy management, going into the direction of your personal behavior. You know your dishwasher is always starting at 8 in the morning, or your wash machine in the evening. This can be calculated in the energy management and then especially used by the right time, the right energy at the right time. So save the renewable energy. Last but not least, you can even use artificial intelligence for energy management together with smart home, smart building. All is focus it on the most efficiency of using renewable energies. And last but not least, the safety. We're speaking about a lot IT communications here. Cyber Resilience Act is one of European directives right now. Whatever you do, it's always have to be safe, staying all the data at home. And that is also guaranteed by smart home, smart building system. And he is the right guy to present it all, because I'm working with him now 10, 15 years. And yes, he knows how it works. He knows that it works. We are representing an organization like KNX, and we are more than pleased that we are offering something. Last sentence I have to share with you. Energy efficiency is nothing what we're talking today. Since 30 years, there is one small device available on the market. This device is called temperature regulation. It is simple. Open the window, switch the heating. This small device is available 30 years long already in the market. I know about it, but 30 years ago, I really introduced it to the market, so it was developed by one of the KNX companies. And it works today again. It saves 30% of energy. Open the window, switch off the heating. It's so simple and it works. And that's today is just a part of total energy management and saving. Thank you very much for your nice applause. Thank you for introduction. We will see us in Brussels next year in May. And pleased that you organize such amazing new fair. I will be there.
Thank you very much. Heinz, thank you very much. That was the CEO of KNX, which is the dominant standard in home automation products here and across the world, actually. So we're going to have several guests today during the press conference. They're obviously busy at the show. They're going to pop up in that. We're going to interrupt Jan a little bit, but we have to come back to Jan because where he left the story was there's coming legislation that's going to force all the companies of any considerable size to have to conform to certain regulations to help with climate and sustainability. And this show is designed to help companies to transform to solve those problems. Jan, back to you.
Thank you, Bob. So, Dominic? So, the interface is IT between all the different sectors, and IT becomes a special role to help companies to develop their transformation. So ICT is the most effective enabler of the climate neutral world. Next one. And ICT is the interface between all the different sectors. And we have three drivers of the transformation. The one, and this nobody can block, is the climate changing itself. Year by year, it grows and grows. Then we have the regulations, the political regulations. They are not so powerful that the transformation is fast enough. And we have, on the third part, the economy, which is the most important factor to realize the transformation, because transformation does mean change the whole economy, does mean transformation by doing business with green tech. So what is the situation now? We have in Europe, especially in Germany, a very strong exhibition market. And all these exhibitions in Germany or other countries, they are announcing sustainable projects, sustainable trade fairs, and so on. But when you look and go to these trade shows, you see only 5 or 10% of the exhibitors are real offering green tech products and green solutions. So the small part of green tech companies are not happy because they will be overseen and nobody can find them. So the dynamic of a new growing market is not there like we do is up to now. We want to bring all the green tech companies on one marketplace from all sectors, because that have the effect that the synergies between the sectors can better be communicated and organized. It has for visitors, for all the sustainability responsible persons in all companies, it's very attractive to visit the show from different sectors, because here is a marketplace where they can find the newest green technology in all different sectors, branches, in everywhere. So we have, of course, we have the AOT, we have AI, we have software, and we have the ESG, software-based ESG, which come to the market through the system houses. System houses, IT system houses, have a big role in future to develop the transformation in every company. We have the green building cities like Heinz Lux from CEO from KNX. Have declared we have the healthcare sector, clean energy, of course, and storages, mobility, circular economy, refurbishing. We have here in this hall the biggest refurbishing market here at the IFA. And of course, we also have start-up areas and education and employment areas. So this is just the new role for the system houses to have responsibility for their clients, the companies, to develop with ESG software compatible the structure of the companies. Of course, the young generation, which is a bit frustrated at this time, but very technical, how can I say? They are grown up with mobile phones, with computer, with everything. So they learn this IT world like we have learned to read 50 years ago. So that makes it much easier for them to have maybe some ideas, some jobs, some engagement in their future job market. Okay, clean energy, of course. We will have a lot of media support for the trade show in Brussels, for the Transformative Europe in Brussels, to make sure that the international business world realize that this new show is there. We get a lot of support from from Brussels City, with all the logistics, with hotel arrangements and everything. So we will have the visibility, which is important to make a successful show. Next one. And in Brussels is the home of 2,000 umbrella associations. There is no city in the world with so many associations. So this is the office for the European Association from all over Europe. And we selected 80 associations we want to work with the Transform IT Europe. So this is a reason where we will get the traffic, and even it comes to the politics, we try to, or we are already contacted the European Commission to work with us, because this marketplace, this platform can help the EU Commission that the companies have more acceptance, more acceptance the regulations. Next one. So the industry is a very important factor, because there, when the industry doesn't change, the transform will not happen. Next one. Okay, Brussels is a very attractive location. We have a good low price level. We have all the logistics and equipment. It's the heart of Europe. It is a neutral location, and it's nearby the associations and the European Commission. Next one. So we have talked to 900 companies, visiting by 7 big leading trade fairs, and Mr. Petrus Lahm, hello. Can I please interrupt your communication? Petrus Lahm. This is one of our salespersons, and he has visited 7 trade shows in different European countries, and he talked to 900 exhibitors. Petrus, can you tell in a few minutes what the result of your conversation about Transform IT was?
Which one I should take? This one. Okay, so my name is Petrus Lahm. The idea was, when I was sent by this guy to all these international trade fairs, and where all the production companies were in the position to expose their products, have to be asked if they are already in the run to realize products which are sustainable or not. And I discovered, because I went to almost, it was in total, I think, around 8 international fairs, and all of the decision makers in these companies, no matter if it was big companies like Hager or Cisco or all kinds of producers producing photovoltaic items, they have had the impression that everybody is speaking about sustainability, but they are not in the mood to realize it. And to change, to create something like a game-changing structure, we have organized the fair, which will take place next year in May, which is here presented. And I spoke to, in total, more than 940 companies and their decision makers, and most of them confirmed that there is a need for a fair which is presenting sustainable solutions, and to bring all those companies and decision makers together which are till now not too much active in sustainability. So sustainability is a fact for the future, and without sustainability nothing goes forward.
So how do you think, how many companies, how many percentage of all these people you talk to are interested in transformative?
The thing is that when I went to all these fairs, I just discovered that maximum 15 to 20% of the companies were already, realizing sustainable products. And when I asked if they would like to realize or to change their products into sustainable products or product lines, there were more than 60% which would like to express their wish to modify their structures, their production, even all these things with the supply chain. Where are products coming from? Which impact does it have for the pollution, whatever you have seen, you can see in the market. So it's now time, and it's not maybe not too late, but now it's time to bring all these people together.
So you got the impression that these companies are interested in this kind of trade show.
Exactly. So that's why I just came to the end that we are at the right time, at the right place. Today we use the possibility to bring people our information, and we would like you, all these people who are here and people who have companies, to join us there as exhibitors. And that's why I personally thought and still think that it was good to meet more than 940 people or companies. And to me, I'm 100% sure that the fair will be a success, and as well the future of being in a branch which is called transformation, and this is what we should do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So this is part of our team, the trade show team. We have some more people. Meanwhile, we have Rüdiger Kriete and we have Dominic. We have a very professional sales team, so we are sure we will have from the beginning, from the start, enough exhibitors that we have that we can grow for this our idea. The many people, many companies which I have talked to, the reason is to have interested in this show is that they have a solution for not only for one sector, they have a solution for many sectors. And they need a marketplace where they can address all these sectors. And this makes it interesting, like maybe the CeBIT 30 years ago, where the IT industry could address all the sectors, because all the sectors have visited the CeBIT as a marketplace, and it has realized the biggest transformation after like 70 years ago. And we want to do the same with green tech.
Jan, sorry folks, I'm going to interrupt you for the conclusion, because there's a lot of information that you've passed on about the exhibition and its purpose, but I think you should tell everybody that what you have, is that what you have is the support of the Digital SME Alliance, and they would like to say something on stage personally. So I'm going to ask if we can play that video, and then you can make your conclusion, okay?
So, for your information, the European Digital SME Alliance is the big association, the umbrella association from 30 European countries with 45,000 members who are delivering and developing software. And these are close partner to us, because the ESG software development is important for all the companies who have to follow the EU regulations. What I forgot, I talked to you about 500 companies who have to deliver this annual report. In 2028, all companies with more than 10 employed people have to deliver also this report. So we have millions of European companies who have to follow the EU regulations to transform their company up to 2050 zero emission. This is a very big, the biggest transformation ever, and the time is running, and our marketplace should help to bring dynamic in this market.
Okay, play the video. Come with me, Jan.
Okay. We will show you now the greetings from the association.
We support over largest network of ICT small and medium enterprises in Europe, with companies from 25 national and regional associations from EU member states and neighboring countries. At Digital SME, we help small and medium
As you can see,
companies grow.
but can't hear.
At the center of the EU agenda.
The Alliance has been kind enough to record a statement of their support for the exhibition. And as soon as we find the audio to go with it,
the European Green Digital Coalition, which was issued by the European Commission and Parliament. It helps reduce emissions in all sectors through digital solutions. Furthermore, we have also an own focus group on ICT sustainability. This group brings together over 100 companies offering tech solutions for a greener future.
it's a good thing we're not promising a
And I
video
want to
show.
mention that we will soon publish a paper by BitMe, our German member of Digital SME Alliance. And this paper will show how digital SMEs can drive the twin transition, combining digital and green goals. Today and now, I'm also happy to announce Hello everyone. It's great to be here at the Transform IT Europe press conference. My name is Oliver Grün and I'm the president of the European Digital SME Alliance. I'm proud to represent this association today. We support over 45,000 SME ICT companies across Europe. So we are the largest network of ICT small and medium enterprises in Europe, with companies from 25 national and regional associations from EU member states and neighboring countries. At Digital SME, we help small and medium-sized digital companies grow. We want them at the center of the EU agenda. We are also very active in sustainability. I want to give you a few examples of our key initiatives. First, we support the European Green Digital Coalition, which was issued by the European Commission and Parliament. It helps reduce emissions in all sectors through digital solutions. Furthermore, we have also an own focus group on ICT sustainability. This group brings together over 100 companies offering tech solutions for a greener future. And I want to mention that we will soon publish a paper by BitMe, our German member of Digital SME Alliance. And this paper will show how digital SMEs can drive the twin transition, combining digital and green goals. Today and now, I'm also happy to announce our partnership with Transform IT Europe. Together we want to promote innovative and sustainable digital solutions. We look forward to involving our community of innovators in this mission. Digitalization both brings opportunities and challenges. It makes businesses more efficient, supports climate goals, and improves working conditions. But, of course, it also increases energy and raw material consumption. Studies show digital solutions can help us reach sustainability goals. Their benefits can outweigh the environmental footprint by far, but we must actively work to achieve these positive effects. Small and medium-sized ICT companies lead the digitalization of our economy. They help traditional businesses adopt new technologies, but their potential for sustainable transformation is still underused. We need stronger support from policymakers. We need better market conditions for investment in resource efficiency and climate protection. If digital SMEs can develop products that support the twin transition and share them with traditional businesses, especially SMEs, we will strengthen the entire SME sector. Transform IT Europe is the perfect place to keep moving forward on this journey. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much from the European Digital SME Alliance. Now, you heard before from the CEO of KNX who talked about how important it would be to have a show like this. You heard Petrus, who has talked to 400 companies in the market, who said there should be a show like this. And now you listen to the head of an association of 45,000 ICT companies across Europe. And the head of that association says what we need is we need a platform to help with the politics, to help with the ICT, to help with the transformation. And we are supporting Transform IT, its location in Brussels, where it has access to 2,500 European-wide associations that can translate the power of the Transform IT across all the different members that they have throughout Europe. So the concept has a powerful attraction to the companies who are most in need to help make the digital and the physical transformation happen. Jan, you have 1 more minute to finish up your press conference and to answer any questions of the folks. Please come up on stage. Turn your microphone on.
There's nobody other here?
Nope.
Hello.
So, Jan, let's face the audience here, pal. Come. So, again, this is your dream. This is something that you wanted to happen for a long time. How many years have you worked on this concept?
3 years. It starts in the Corona pandemic time, where I had nothing to do. And I thought something is going wrong. The climate changing is moving, and everybody is talking about sustainability, but nothing happens. Business as usual. So I thought about what is the reason? Why does it not move it? Where is not the dynamic there? Because everybody is thinking we have to change. But the changing is so slow that I know that it doesn't work. When we continue this slowly way in the world to finish the fossil industry, then we will not have an instrument to stop the climate warming. And this is something, it's a very big thing. It will touch the next generation already. Yeah? So I hope that this trade show, the Transform IT, as a marketplace for green tech, gives some impulse to other trade shows. It is not in competition with any trade show. It is a special trade show who concentrate only on green tech. And that does mean that every company who have to fill an order form, which want to exhibit here, where he notice and must describe what kind of sustainability solutions and products they offer. If there is nothing in that side, they cannot exhibit. So we do it very clear. We don't want to have from the beginning thousands of exhibitors and sell square meters. We want the quality of green tech and not greenwashing.
Now, Jan, as the moderator, I always get the last word. So the last word is 25 years ago, this man had a dream, had a concept, and started Reseller Park. And when you started, Jan, how many companies did you have in the first Reseller Park?
7.
Seven companies he started with. But this man is a force of nature. This man, from 7 companies, has brought you this today. How many companies how many exhibitors do you have here, Jan?
220.
220, and the largest independent stand organizer here at IFA. So this is a man that makes things happen, and this is why I am here in support of my friend Jan. Thank you, Jan.
Okay, Bob, let me say a last word.
Good night. Yep.
It is 12 years ago, or no, 15 years ago, I sent a concept of this Transform IT to a very big trade show here in Germany. I even didn't get any answer. But now I do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you very much. If you have questions, Jan will be around to answer them for Transform IT, the new show that'll play a role in helping bring green tech to satisfy the regulatory aspects of what's going to happen to all the big companies in Europe shortly. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay tuned for our program beginning at 3 o'clock. We're going to be hearing from the Thread Group, which is a very, very important part of the connectivity in the smart home. Stay here. I'll be right back. Thank you. My speaker's ready. His video is up. Who's helping him with the clicker? Is there somebody helping with the clicker? Yes, exactly. We're going to get started.
Wir können loslegen. Wir sind fertig. Klicker liegt hier.
I'll introduce you, Daniel. I'll give you this microphone.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming together here in our stage in Hall 25. We're about to begin a very short but very important program on some of the technology issues that are most important for everyone in Hall 25 and throughout IFA. To begin our program, I'd like to introduce, all the way from America, Daniel Moneta, who is the product strategy of Samsung SmartThings, the business developer for the Thread Group, and the product and marketing for the Matter Working Group. Now, this is a very significant part of solving the problem that's always plagued smart home. Things don't work together. We don't have interoperability. This has been your complaint for 20 years here. So now we have ways and things that help solve that problem. And Daniel's going to give us some insight. He's going to talk to us about open technologies like Matter, which is a layer that also plays well with the other application layers. And these are driving business in today's smart home. Daniel, welcome to the stage at Hall 25. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, hi everybody. So shocking, I see familiar faces. Okay. Everybody, you guys can hear me all right? Okay. So I want to talk to everybody about a couple of technologies, as he mentioned, that are really important for the smart home, that are driving the smart home, that are driving new devices in the smart home, and that if you're not talking, if you're in this business, if you are selling smart home products, you need to be talking to your ODMs, your manufacturers, your chip makers, your suppliers, because these are the technologies that are going to be driving demand in the smart home going forward. And that's Matter and Thread. So I'll start by talking about Matter, which you've probably heard of and seen, even on, I've seen it on a number of products here in the show. I have a favorite quote from one of my favorite authors, Douglas Adams, that is, technology is just a word for something that doesn't work properly yet. And I realize I'm saying that standing in a giant show about technology. And I think he makes a fair point. There are lots of things in our lives that are technology that we don't even think of them as technology because they work so reliably. Think about a chair or think about a light bulb. But as we start putting technology into those things, it needs to work as reliably as we've gotten used to those devices working our whole lives. I know my whole life, every time I turn on a light switch, the light turns on. And with smart home, that hasn't always been the case. There can be lots of barriers and there can be lots of reliability challenges. And so Matter and Thread work to solve all of that. And so we try to solve it in a few different ways. So one is making smart home simple. It should not take 1,000 steps to be able to get a simple light switch or light bulb connected to your system. It should be easy for consumers to learn about, to shop for, and to use. We don't want every consumer and every retail associate to have to be an expert on technology in order to sell this stuff. It should be reliable, like I just talked about. We want to make sure that when you press the light on, that the light turns on, and these things are reliable, and we can start even taking them for granted in our lives. We, of course, want it to be secure. Everybody wants to make sure that the technology in their life is secure and private. And of course, we want it to be interoperable. I want to be able to use my smart home devices with the systems and the platforms and the apps and the phones and the TVs that I want to use it with, and someone else might want something different, and we shouldn't have to sort through flow Excel charts of what works with what in order to figure out what we can buy. And so these are the sort of the four pillars that Matter has sought to address in the smart home. Apparently we have not applied that to clicker technology yet though. There we go. One of the most important things about Matter is this is not one of these like solutions looking for a problem situations or a new standard that then takes a long time to get out and get industry adoption. Matter was actually built by all of the leading companies in the smart home, the large smart home platforms, the large device vendors, all the way to those innovative startups working on great smart home products. We have, actually this number's old now, we have over 400 members working on Matter. So if you ever wanted an answer to the question, how many engineers does it take to screw in a light bulb? There is your answer. But it takes that many people because we want to be market driven. We don't just want to create a neat technical solution. We want to create one that really works for both vendors making products so that they can get to market with this technology faster and easier, and for the consumers that are buying it and bringing it home. This is another really, really unique thing about Matter. I don't think I've seen this. You know, I've been a technology nerd all my life. I don't think I've ever seen this kind of adoption cycle, because normally with a new standard, if you think about USB, if you think about new radio technologies, you have to wait for both sides to adopt, right? You have to wait to get the new laptop that has the new port to then get the accessory that has the new port, and that thing can take years, it can take decades. With Matter, all of this is a software update. So within a few months of Matter launching, hundreds of millions of smart homes that had smart speakers from Samsung, Google, Apple, Amazon, all suddenly were Matter homes ready for Matter products. So this isn't a chicken and egg cycle. The entire smart home market is the addressable market for Matter products. Matter supports a wide array of devices, and we're continuing to add more, and I'll actually talk about how we do that. Everything from HVAC controls to door locks to light bulbs, sort of the standard things that you would expect, to energy management, robot vacuums, air quality management, and we're actually introducing soon some new device types like cameras, like access points to help add to the infrastructure of your home. And for companies that want to be able to play in this space and maybe Matter doesn't already support their devices or features, it's really easy. You can join the CSA, you can show up. It's actually my group within Matter that works on this, and all we need is 3 companies interested in building a new area of the spec, and you can add a new device type and feature to Matter. We also really wanted to solve this problem. I'm sure all of you who have ever set up a smart home device have had an issue setting that device up, and maybe it didn't work the first time, or maybe it took too long. We actually did a study, and we saw 2 things. One, 36% of consumers had problems setting up their smart home device, which is an unacceptably high failure rate. And that was also a similar percentage of the number of users returning smart home devices, which is also an unacceptably high rate. We also found that the number of screens that a user had to go through to set up a device was something like 26. That's crazy if all you're trying to do is plug in a bulb or turn on a switch. And so with Matter, it's very easy to set up a device. You scan a QR code that's on the box or on the device with your phone in whatever app that you're choosing to connect it to, and it does all of the commissioning, putting it on your Wi-Fi or Thread network, setting it up, all in one shot. And so now I want to get one layer lower and talk about connectivity, like how does Matter connect? So we've talked about, the term application layer was used earlier, and the metaphor I typically use for this is, if you and I have the same walkie-talkie, we have the same radio, we have the same technology, but we don't speak the same language, we can connect, but we can't really do anything interesting. So Matter is that language that devices can speak to each other, but they can speak it to each other over different standards, over different radios. And so Matter supports today 3 different means of connecting and communicating. Wi-Fi, which I don't think I need to explain Wi-Fi, Ethernet, which is just wired internet, and Thread, which is a relatively newer standard that's built specifically for the smart home and is powering a number of devices, even ones I've seen here on the show floor. So let's talk about Thread for a minute. Thread is a low-power, secure, flexible mesh network protocol for IoT. So if you've heard of technologies like Zigbee or Z-Wave, where you have devices that can be low power, very battery operated, around a house that can repeat for each other, Thread is very similar to that and in some ways uses the same underlying technology, but with one key difference, that it's IP based. It uses the same underlying technology that everything else in our homes do, like the internet. And so that means it's based on this incredibly reliable foundation. The mesh makes Thread products really dependable and really reliable, and you can put them in, like we say here, extended range, so it can go where Wi-Fi doesn't go. It can go to those lights in the backyard. It can go to devices in the garage or in the basement. It can last for years on batteries because it is that low power, low bandwidth control. And it is incredibly fast because it's using those low bandwidth paths. So many Thread devices, like the reviews that they are getting, always talk about how quick they are, and it's just like turning on and off a light bulb. And these are just some of the large and small brand devices that are on the market today with Thread. And I want to talk about that IP aspect for a minute, because that's really, really important. The fact that Thread is built on IP, which is the same technology as Wi-Fi, the same technology as the internet, means that Thread devices become part of your home. So it's not like some device that's behind a bridge and it's only in, cordoned off in that little area. A Thread device that connects through a border router, which is just a sort of a pipe fitting in the home between the two networks, is now part of your network. They can talk to Wi-Fi devices, they can talk to other Thread devices, they can talk to the internet. And a border router is just a very, very simple function. It's not a bridge, it's not a gateway, it's not a hub. It's just a function that allows Thread devices to talk to the rest of the network. And it's built into so many different products that are available on the market. In fact, all of these you see down below, whether it's Samsung TVs and fridges, Alexa smart speakers, or Google Hubs or Apple HomePods, all have Thread border routers in them. So the odds are your customers already have this technology in their home. And because, I talked about before that Matter as an application layer can support different transports, this is also one of the benefits of Thread. As a transport layer, it can support other applications. So in the smart home, a lot of people are using Thread for Matter over Thread products, and those are the ones that you can see around here. But again, because it's IP-based, you can run other application layers on top of it, or multiple application layers on top of it. So those of you that are working with Dolly or KNX, or other technologies in the commercial and home space, you can use the same exact Thread devices, the same exact hardware, your same certifications, and make them applicable to those markets as well, either maybe different models with a slightly different firmware, or maybe even at the same time. And so this has big benefits for users and for product makers and retailers and channels. As we mentioned, it's easy to use, easy setup, easy to shop for, which is really important. It's more responsive and more reliable. Devices work with all of the major smart home platforms and even other new and upcoming ones, and can do that at the same time. So a device can be on multiple platforms at once, so users don't have to pick and get stuck. And it's easy to share across those platforms. And for retailers and channels, which I know a lot of people here are representing, it can dramatically reduce and minimize returns, because you're not having problems where users bring home a device only to find it's not compatible, or that they're having trouble with some portion of the setup, because setup is so much easier. You can streamline your SKUs because you don't have to carry 5 different versions of the same device. It simplifies training for your salespeople, whether they're on the floor at retail or whether they're distribution sales, because they only need to know about one technology and they don't have to be IT experts. And it even allows you to participate in this. We're seeing more and more retailers and channels want to develop their own house brands, working with companies like Tuya and Leaderson and others that you'll see here on the show floor, to build their own brand of smart products. And now they don't have to just address one niche part of the market at once. They can address the whole smart home market with one solution. And so one last note, we get asked this a lot, what does this mean for how consumers shop and badges? So you're going to continue to see these marks that consumers rely on out in the world. I'll sort of start from the bottom. There's these works with marks that a lot of the ecosystems use. Those will continue to exist because we know that consumers see those marks. They're able to do that matching. I know I have a Samsung Home, so I look for works with Samsung. I know I have a Google Home, I look for works with Google Home. And those are really important. But increasingly, we're also going to see these Matter and Thread marks that help consumers know that when I buy this device, yes, it's going to work with that platform that I have today, but it's also going to work with anything else I buy in the future, and have that future-proofness to it. And I think that might be my last slide, unless the thank you slide exists. There we go. If you want to get in touch with me, please feel free to grab this QR code, or just come talk to me after the talk. Thanks. Do we still have some time for Q&A, if there are any? Are there any Qs? You're a plant, so I'm not taking your questions. All right, well, if not, thanks everybody, and we'll be around to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
I think this one's on.
There we go. You don't get off that.
Tausch das Mikro, interchange the mics. And this is for.
Hello. Now my mic is working, but yours isn't.
Don't deal with it.
All right. So you don't get off that easy. We do have questions and people that want to address
Okay.
this. starting with the journalist at the beginning. Your mic should be working now. Okay. So, I think, people get very confused about smart home. They know about the diversity of the objects and that, but when you start to get into the layers of the networking, they get very confused. You had one chart, and I'm hoping we can go back to that.
I hate showing network stack diagrams, but yeah, you're talking about...
Yeah, I want to come back to...
That one.
That one, yes, that's the important chart.
You don't need to know this.
So, the Dolly, the KNX, who the CEO was up here earlier, HomeKit, and there's Matter and BACnet. And the distinction between those platforms, those application layers is?
They're just different languages. And in different markets and in different contexts, you might want to speak a different language, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes even literally, depending on what country you're in. But if you're in a commercial building, it might already have a system that speaks one of these. But if you're in a smart home, it would have another. And the problem for device makers was you almost had to tie your fates to one because the whole stack was different for a KNX device versus a Zigbee device, etc. Whereas with the way that technology is shaped now, especially with technologies like Thread, you can build one device and you can have it talk different languages just in software. So you can really address the whole market with much lower risk.
Right.
But consumers don't need to know this. This is something that product makers...
Consumers don't see this, but some of the dealers and distributors here have to answer questions, and that's the only reason I'm drilling in on it. Now, for example, in the application layer, would KNX IoT talk to Matter as well as...
So you can, because they are languages, you can build translators. So Matter, for instance, has a specification for a bridge.
Right.
So you can build a device that can sort of speak Matter out one end and speak KNX out the other, or any of these other things. And you see that today. You look at a Philips Hue bridge, that speaks Zigbee out one side and Matter out the other now, and we see more and more of those out there.
Wonderful. Okay, any questions from our friends in the audience? Right here, sir. Can I hand you this microphone? No, okay.
This mic, please.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey.
So I have a future-looking question. Are you working on the next generation of interfaces, namely with the brain-activated interfaces? And is it part of your business here?
So the hat that I will put on...
Let me help you. Okay, did you get my answer?
So it can feel like it. So with my Matter hat on, we're really focused on smart home technologies. And it's funny you ask that. I am a big believer that one of the great things that's going to come out of this openness and democratization of the smart home is more and more interesting and innovative control products. Not just voice, buttons and switches and interesting controllers and dials. You're already starting to see that out there. There's some great companies here on the show floor like Flick that have some really innovative dials that sort of take the light switch to this whole new level. You have companies like MUI Labs that are working on a dynamic dashboard for your home. But there's no reason that those controls couldn't be done by other things. And so in fact, right now we're working on, maybe I'll meet you halfway there, not brain mapping, but actually much more sensitive presence detection. Can I figure out where you are in the house based on the Wi-Fi signal in the house and what you're interrupting? So I know it's you and you're in this room, and that means, if your partner is watching TV but you're in the kitchen, don't turn the lights off in the kitchen. And so things like that. I have a friend back in Toronto that actually makes one of those brain reader devices, and you could use Matter to connect that as a switch and a controller. So we're not working on data models specifically to that, but with the building blocks that already exist in Matter, you could build that as a product. And please do, and I will beta test it.
Okay, it was a very interested question I had, because I represent a company who's working on that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay, and so last question is about the how AI comes into your business here. How does it change the game?
Sure. So that's a really good question, and I will I wear a lot of hats, as he introduced me with. You know, if I put my, you know, my day job is working for Samsung Smart Things, and we're doing a ton of thinking. And actually, if you go to the Samsung booth, you'll see a lot of that thinking show up on how AI can be part of the smart home, how it can help predict what your patterns and predict what you want and help you take care of your family. I think there's a ton of innovation to be had there. Matter and Thread are there to create, similar to the question you had about the brainwaves, we're there to create the building blocks that you can take and then have your brain scanner use, have a smart button use, have an AI use, but Matter itself is not doing the AI. That we're leaving up to the innovators that are taking the Matter as building blocks and building tools with it.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Is it hard to explain your product to the consumer, that he understands what to do with it?
I think so. I am one of the marketing leads for Matter, so that's a direct question for me every day. I think of it on two ends of the continuum. I think you have the sort of educated, nerdy, I like the smart home, or I'm the smart home guy in my home and I want to build stuff and I want to make the right decisions for what I'm buying, because you know, even buying a light bulb, you don't want to have to change it in 2 years just because the protocol changes. Something that you actually build into your house, you definitely don't want to make the wrong decision there. And so that part of the market is learning about and understanding and even demanding more and more Matter products. One of the biggest complaints we've had is like, we want to see more Matter products. We want to see more things supported. And as a marketer, that's a wonderful problem to have. People want more of what you're making. I think for the other side of the market, people who maybe haven't gotten into smart home, who are just starting their smart home journey, I think if we do our jobs well, we shouldn't have to explain it to them, because these technologies like Matter and Thread are making the smart home work the way people think it's supposed to work in the first place, right? They haven't yet encountered the problems. So if they go to the store and they buy a smart light bulb and they bring it home and they scan it and it connects to their, you know, Samsung TV or their Google Home Hub or their Apple TV and it just works, what do they care what the technology is underneath and how it works? Like, God forbid they ever see this diagram, right? And so I think that's the goal. We definitely want people to know about it, but you know, even today, like if you think about Bluetooth, people use the term Bluetooth to mean like their headset. But I don't think a lot of people know what the Bluetooth stack diagram looks like, and I don't think they would have been successful had they had to explain that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Of course. We good? All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Let's have a round of applause for Daniel Moneta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Of course. I want to talk to you later about my smart building conference in Barcelona.
That sounds attractive. Here's number 4. Okay. You dropped it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, bear with us. We'll have another presentation in a couple of minutes. This one will help you focus on tech's dilemma. How do we balance sustainability and profit? Very important. Stay with us in 1 minute.
4 is definitely loud enough. Now, mic 4 is loud enough too. Is also loud enough. As it's red, you can talk. Okay. Two. It's not dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here in Hall 25, where we have static if we hit a certain spot on the stage. I'd like to introduce our next talk, which will be about text dilemma. Can we bring up the slides? Thank you. Text dilemma, can we balance sustainability and profitability? The way this is going to work is we'll have their own moderator, Sala here, who will help moderate the session between the president of the Recommerce Mobiles and the chief strategy and sustainability officer. So she'll introduce and she'll bring everybody together. I'm going to turn it over to you right now, Sala. Thank you.
Hello, hello, and welcome. Hello again. My name is Sala Tartes, and I'm the marketing manager at Foxway. At Foxway, we strive to enable circular tech. And today, we're discussing of the ethical conundrum that we have at the moment. Should we focus on sustainability rather than profit? Allow me to introduce our contenders. First, up to the stage, we have Mikkel Friis. Mikkel is the president of the Recommerce Mobiles business area at Foxway, and he will discuss the commercial mindset, emphasizing that businesses need profits in order to survive. Welcome, Mikkel. Next up to the stage, arguing on the opposite side of the coin, we have Stefan Nilsson, the interim Chief Sustainability Officer and our Chief Strategy Officer at Foxway. And Stefan will take the perspective of sustainability and degrowth in the tech industry. Please come to the stage, Stefan.
Get the fuck up!
In a world where the pace of technological advancements are relentless, the mobile industry stands at crossroads between sustainability and profit. The glossy allure of the newest device masks a darker reality, the ethical conundrums of capitalism. Today, there's an obvious conflict when it comes to money, greed, and sustainability. We have 5 rounds, and the first round will start with the bell notification, and we will have time for a questions and answer section as well. Let me introduce you the first question. Do partnerships in the trade-in and refurbishment markets represent a genuine commitment to sustainability, or is it just another way for companies to boost profits under the guise of eco-friendliness? Mikkel.
I think the strategic partnerships in the refurbishment market can definitely open new revenue streams, and it can tap into a growing demand for refurbished products. Though it requires careful management to maintain profitability, it also creates awareness, which is key to change the mindset and mentality on how device sales is handled today. Procurement of refurbished devices cannot be handled the same way as new device procurement. We cannot push a factory button and just manufacture more based on demand. There is what there is, and therefore everyone needs to play a part in increasing the volumes being traded in to fulfill that demand. Changing focus away from linear consumption to circular thinking is key, and our partners play a huge role in this transition by adapting to a new way of thinking.
I would like to actually immediately argue that, Mikkel, and it's very visible. Being in this industry for almost 10 years, I can say that what I usually see is greed and greenwashing, and that is utterly destroying the ambitions of being sustainable. And I wouldn't say that it's like a bad thing, but most of the entrepreneurs that you can see in the industry, they come from money making and being scrap dealers. And then accidentally it turns out to be a sustainable business model. But it doesn't mean that it's the direction or where we see things going or heading. I mean, when you see companies investing like 20, 50, we have seen 100 millions of euros pumped into this business in Europe. It's spent on what? To make things last longer, to repair them better, increase longevity, honesty, transparency? No. It's spent for TikTok videos, Instagrams, marketing, a little bit schemed pricing, which makes consumers to lose trust, governments or European Commission not to see us as a serious industry. So I do definitely want to see a change. And of course, it's good with circularity, but if it means that you actually consume more, or you have the rebound effect, also called as Jevons paradox, offering an extra mobile to your kids, or maybe even go down in ages when the result is depressed kids sitting more in front of screens. Is that good, or is it just another new industry of companies, venture capitalists who wants to earn more? So for me, it's still...
And the time is up, and the first follow-up question for the round goes to Mikkel. If you look at the maturity of the refurbishment industry and sustainability as a market, is the mobile industry really ready for a science-based approach?
No. I think if we look across the market, I would say no, for sure. Some companies, such as our own company, Foxway, I think we are as ready as we can be. This is the core business that we are doing, being circular. And we should, of course, always be in the forefront. We should also be advocating and supporting our partners to do more. So I think we play a crucial role in achieving it.
And I agree with Mikkel here, actually. Now we are aligned, because what we need to do is add transparency. I don't know how many of you who know, they were speaking about CSRD before. And I mean, is that a good direction? You can see that it was a report released some 2-3 weeks ago that about 70% of the budget in sustainability goes for data disclosure.
I need to cut you off here since we're ready for the second round. And this round is all about the dualism. Should businesses focus only on sustainability and in the risk of losing out to competitors offering cheaper products and following the consumerism? Stefan, the floor is yours.
I mean, this is of course a sustainability-oriented and open goal. First of all, I mean, if we don't behave sustainable and start thinking in a bigger picture, we have already read like a poly crisis. There is crisis everywhere. Everybody have heard about the climate crisis. We have water scarcity in Europe. We have heat waves. We more or less hit the peak everything. And the consequences of this one is, first of all, we have a youth who starts losing hope. They're disillusionated. About 23%, it was a report released in Sweden recently, is that from elementary school, they seriously consider suicide. Is that like some sort of peak consumer society? Okay, we were winning with the fact that we need to think about profitability and marketing and growth. But in reality, we are creating a generation who starts to see no future, in despair, wanting to see something new. So for those who think that is most important with profitability, I would ask you, who is your future customers? If you don't even have a society which is viable, giving hope, and have a long-term perspective, we will have no market. So I would definitely argue for that.
Fair enough. If you look at it from a different perspective, I think since demand for certain devices are definitely higher than the supply in Europe, I think the vendors have no choice other than importing from the goods they need. I think it's a two-sided issue, Stefan. I think on one hand we need supply to ensure that the biggest player in the market also adapt to circularity, but on the other hand we don't have enough. Hence we see imports primarily from the US and in some cases maybe even, let's say, cheap Frankenstein devices coming in from China. The rules concerning CE marking and USB-C can make this very difficult in the future. We need more focus on trade-in in Europe and much higher attachment rates to have enough supply. I think they should prioritize sustainability because it makes zero sense to put too many cheap, non-sustainable products into the market. The biggest problem with those cheap products is that the residual value is basically zero after maybe only 6 to 12 months. So it makes no sense to even trade these devices in. And you know, thinking about offering a high-spec quality refurb device instead, you know, it can do the same, and it can definitely easily outcompete any cheap device or cheap import device coming in from China. And you know, it's the same CO2 if you produce an expensive one or a cheap one, right?
Sorry. The time is up for you, and the second follow-up question goes to Stefan. If you look at the way businesses are following both the consumerism and sustainability, how can the imports and the export market here support us in the global demand for devices?
Yes, I mean, now we're talking about import, export, and to relate that to sustainability, of course, if we could just try to see a global perspective when it comes to all of these climate or challenges with environmental production, that's a good thing. And we do need to balance the production in the global north and the consumption to actually provide to markets that might not be able to afford new products. But the best thing, of course, would be if you have a change of behavior in Europe itself. 80% of all technology, mobiles and laptops, are never traded in or circulated. We need to start there. It's a given thing.
The time is rough on us all. 3 minutes has never felt shorter. The third round focuses on regulations. So if you look at the global regulations mandating unification and easier repairs to lead to a greener future, but will they in turn lead businesses to unsustainable costs? Mikael.
I think these regulation could impose additional cost on companies. It could reduce product turnover. It could limit profitability by increasing after-sales service obligations. It also causes issues that can be seen as both good and bad. When the EU issues the new regulation like I just mentioned before, the USB-C regulation. I fully support it, but it does create issues for the coming 3 to 5 years that can only be solved with an increased focus on circularity within the EU. Since all imports on non-USB-C devices are banned from 1st of January, it will make supply situation even more difficult. We have seen a lot of devices floating in from the US, as an example. This demand will have to come within EU, and that means we need to take a huge step in ensuring more devices are being returned to programs such as trade-in. It will also create other issues that we will certainly see more shady companies trying to avoid these regulations and import devices from US or China anyways.
It's very nice, Mikkel.
I know.
Yeah, it's very nice that you bring all these regulations up. I would say regulations has its point. First of all, we were speaking before about sustainability and how to compete as an honest, sustainable company if you meet a pure capitalistic company who spends their money on marketing and TikTok videos or even addressing not the best markets. So regulations can help out to even out this kind of disadvantages or actually unbalanced situation when you have different companies or import or business models. But in general, I would say it would be good with an eco label for refurbished products. It would, of course, be totally viable to double or increase the VAT on new products and remove or decrease it for refurbished products. It would also, of course, help out. But in general, regulatory authorities are a horrible failure. Look at what they are doing in Europe or even in Sweden. We just removed taxation on flights because we need to make it cheaper to fly. I think we reduced the price for diesel and petrol to win the election, 30%, they decreased it. They actually even left the Paris Accord because we need to keep the growth going. So I mean, regulators, they think about to the next election or to feel populistic. I even remember a situation of a Swedish politician who wanted to introduce a totally useless return on a deposit system. Me, universities, advisory board said it was useless.
And I'm going to hand the mic back to Mikkel with a question. Can we end up in a world that we have too many regulations with too little substance?
Yes, I think we can end up having way too many regulations. I think actually Stefan will agree on me on that. I think it could make everything too complicated. I also think some regulations could backfire and have the opposite effect than it was intended. I think we need to ensure that those regulations are out there make sense and support what we're all trying to achieve, making this a more sustainable world, but at the same time supporting the business that will drive it forward.
I think, it's the business communities that needs to go together, try to find some healthy joint approach to this, because regulatory authorities will never be in the front line, and actually it never made a good change in the history. It's actually people joint doing something together with a good agenda, like activists, social communities, or even industry organizations.
We finally maybe reached an agreement there. The fourth round is speaking of device durability. When it comes to the 20-year warranty that's been on the table for so many, would a 20-year warranty on mobile devices revolutionize all of refurbishment and sustainability, or would it be a financial burden and slow down the innovation? And Stefan, you can continue.
I would say the 20-year warranty is not on the table for many OEMs. It's more like a vision that I think Volkswagen has promoted, that is seriously possible to offer a mobile. And I would say it's even easy and within reach to offer 20 years warranty for a good iPhone or a good Samsung or whatever. Because the technology is there, the skill set are there, the refurbishment industry is there, it's just operating systems, and actually the market driver of endless growth that is hindering this. And if you would take the real cost of an iPhone, giving the guy in Congo, it's actually died about 6 million people digging for cobalt, the latest 25 years. But if you would give them a proper salary, schools, healthcare, pension, and the same to the guys on the boat and in the factories and in the supply chain, an iPhone would went up to, let's say you produced it in Norway or in Denmark, dig up your own island for the minerals. You would end up paying 10,000 euros for a mobile if you paid fair salaries and took responsibility. And if it costed 10,000 euros, people would require it to live for 20 years. So this is just an imbalance of social injustice and bad behavior.
I think offering such long warranties could be financially risky for manufacturers. I think it will lead to increased cost, potential losses if products need repairs or replacements over such a long period. I think it could also slow down the project upgrade cycle, reducing revenue streams from new sales. In principle, in worst case scenario, it will eliminate the need for trade-in, and consumers can keep their devices for much longer. You know, they can get them repaired and fixed under warranty for such a long time period that the devices will for sure be in a state where they just need to be scrapped or recycled. I'm not even sure that the OEMs are ready to support the OS for 20 years. And you know, in my honest opinion, I think it's science fiction, Stefan. I think consumers always want to upgrade, so I don't think it's going to fly. It's an interesting thought, but no, not really. You know, I don't even think that, you know, it's rarely see people keeping their cars for 20 years. You know, imagine having your iPhone for 20 years. I think that's science fiction, but it's a nice thought.
Yeah, I can add on to that. I don't think it needs to be the same user, and actually I would be ashamed of that country that can keep a car alive for 20 years. But that's another story. What Mikkel tells us is sustainable behavior, but of course.
I'm going to give the rebuttal option for you again after this one. If we're speaking of 20-year warranty and making devices more durable, meaning that they are immediately ending their end of life and turning towards recycling. So from a circularity perspective, aren't we discouraging reuse, Stefan?
No, we are not. Absolutely not. And it's strange because all industries, like the car industry, it's not like you're selling a car and one person is sitting and driving it until it collapses. I mean, how many independent repair shops, refurbishment shops, doesn't we have for cars? Because of the bicycles is durable, we have small bike repair shops everywhere. It would actually make this industry flourish because it would be spread out to companies like Foxway. We would have endless of work globally, Mikkel. We would like boom. So that's my feedback on that one.
We may have found an interesting topic, and soon we will end with the final round of discussions. A lot of the raw materials are now being extracted from developing countries. And now if you're looking at it, we are also exporting electronic devices into Africa, but aren't we also offloading our e-waste issues onto them? So, Mikkel.
No, we're not just sending stuff to Africa to get rid of it. I think we are doing it because it makes sense. I think exporting to Africa, it definitely opens new market. It will generate revenue from the used products. It also could be argued that providing affordable electronics helps bridge the digital divide. I think a more strategic approach to which market and what kind of devices would make a difference could have a huge positive impact. Emerging markets like India, for example, has for many years benefited from the focus that companies such as Nokia did early on. They provided consumers with access to cheap feature phones with access to the internet. And in that way, they enabled the farmers to actually sell their crops and we have a bigger reach and getting more money for what they were trying to sell. And I think that could also, in some parts of Africa, as an example, be a positive thing. I see huge potential to do some good as well as doing business in Africa.
And actually here we are totally aligned, Mikkel, already from the start, so that's a good thing. But if to come to some concerns, first of all, it annoys me when I frequently see the debate that we need to stop the circular economy and the flow of goods to the global south. It's of course illegal to export e-waste. We have the Basel Convention that's even tightened. So that's not the question here. The question is, should we supply global south with high quality refurbished products with a warranty or a guarantee of functionality? And the answer is obvious. I'm even afraid and a bit concerned with the new Raw Material Act that we have in Europe, whether we try to stop this flow, to protect all the rare earth minerals and the important minerals, which is actually about to be kept within Europe. And that would be a very bad situation. First of all, we need to reduce the digital inequality. Secondly, it's usually the global south who provides us with these minerals. Imagine if they put that sanction on us. Europe is 4% self-supplying on these minerals we need for technology. So that opposite situation would actually be devastating. What we need to do is actually having a fair and open debate about it and take responsibility for the future waste. because the waste has been ending up there, and Europe have never cared about it. All the producer responsibility fees for waste management stays in Europe, even if we observe that the flow of goods goes south. So that's what we should do, is invest in smelters. There is not one single smelter in Africa. It's not even a recycler, because it's not profitable enough. It's more profitable to let it be. So there are things to improve.
There are definitely things to improve. Earlier we discussed regulations, and if you're looking at the USB-C regulations and the CE marking restrictions, aren't we discouraging the global cross-markets sales? Aren't we discouraging the global digital inclusion then, Mikkel?
I think it depends on how you look at it from where. So if you take the CE marking, for example, if we had enough in Europe, I don't think anybody outside Europe will mind buying a device with the CE marking. You can barely see it today. It's almost invisible. So I don't think that will cause a big issue. I think the biggest issue that we don't have enough supply of CE marked devices within the EU. Hence, we have seen imports coming in from the US to fulfill that need. And that, of course, will be impossible from 1st of January. So how are we going to fix that issue? How is that going to impact the residual values on iPhones in the US, as an example? I think that's going to be interesting to see.
And I agree with Mikkel. Actually, all of these ideas is actually damaging circularity and sustainability. It would actually be better with fingers off from that, but having industry standards that actually is followed and jointly work together between the different OEMs. So as such, I'm negative to all of these restrictions, because I think that's not the biggest issue here.
Thank you so much, and let's say a huge thank you to the contenders as well. Now we are opening the floor to the questions and answer sections before giving Stefan the opportunity to give our final remarks. I'll let you think for a bit here, and we will find a microphone. Just raise your hand and we will get to you. But I will start with the first question. When it comes to Foxway as a company, do we have it under control when it comes to our own operations footprint? Mikkel?
Yes, luckily we do, and luckily for me, that's on the table of this fine gentleman, Stefan. Of course, if you look at it from a commercial perspective, we need to follow guidelines provided by our ESG team. But we are, I think, walking the talk. We are very transparent about it. And you can just go on foxway.com, you can download our sustainability reports, and you can read everything about it and how we actually calculate that. But it's on the table of this gentleman to make sure we do.
Yeah, I'm almost agreeing with Mikkel. We are like transforming from the maybe more greedy scrap trading approach to being a true, authentic, sustainable company, trying to be transparent about the upsides and downsides, and also highlighting the real stakeholders for tech, which is the planet. But I would say, yes, Mikkel, we are actually doing quite okay. And it's thanks to the fantastic work done by the complete team of sustainability and all the advocates we have in Foxway. But there are things to do. But of course, improvements can be done. And I would say one improvement would be our website, because it says that we are saving the world one mobile at a time. And we are of course not doing that. So we need to start in this industry to be more honest, more fair, and actually trying to see a target which is beyond marketing messaging.
Thank you. Now, do we have a question from the audience? I see a hand raised. Can we organize a microphone?
It has to be Usala, I think. You have to...
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that, by the way, gents. It was really interesting. I've just made some notes, actually. So my question to you both is, looking ahead, what role do you see the mobile industry playing in shaping global standards and practices and for sustainability? And how can companies collaborate to create a more sustainable future?
That's a broad question. I think the best contribution that could be done is start to be fair and promote repairability. That would be one of the most important steps we can make. Stop doing this silly spare parts numbering, prohibit reuse of spare parts, make it more easy to do repairability. If you ever took down some of the smartphones and you imagine yourself being a workshop in Angola or Congo or wherever, I mean, Volkswagen, we have a state-of-the-art watch factory almost with experts, but if you don't have that, it's really, really hard. So we need to have a more fair approach to it. And if it can bring sustainability, no, tech will always be a dirty business that drags down the planet. So let's consume as little as possible, trade in and refurbish as much as possible. We need to stop this insanity of consumption, definitely.
I would love to have Mikkel's viewpoint as well. How can we all collaborate towards a more sustainable future?
I think when it comes to, let's say, the OEMs, I think it's super important that we are, working very closely together with them. How we can make sure that they include the option to trade in, as one example, in everything they do. Every time they offer a new iPhone or a new Samsung Galaxy S or whatever it is, they should always give the consumers the opportunity to trade in their old device. I think they have started doing that in most countries and regions, but we need to do a lot more about it. And that can make a huge difference.
Yeah, 80% is still not traded in. And as you say, Mikkel, it's actually about cooperating and collaborating here. Helping out that they actually do ask the question why they don't get back the mobile, because in many ways it's not a lack of opportunities, it's the lack of systems organizing and educating.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, and it's a lack of commitment. I think commitment is key. If you have commitment, we can change it. We can change the consumer behavior together, but everybody needs to be committed. It can not only be on Volkswagen, as one example.
And I would last thing to add here is also the industry needs to stop to be too greedy. It's annoying to see billion-euro companies having auctions, choosing traders who offer €1 or €2 more. It can't be like that. It needs to be a strategic cooperation, a vision, and working together. If you just treat it as monetary things, it will never play out perfectly. You need to see it differently.
I agree.
Thank you guys so much. And before you leave the stage, I would like to hand the microphone over to our Sustainability and Strategy Officer for the final remarks.
Okay, thank you, Sale. So, first of all, I can see and I can question sometimes the meaning of having a work when you just contribute to things that are destructive, doesn't make kids happy, doesn't bring a future. But I would say that the circular industry is something that actually motivates myself. I can proudly tell my kids what I'm doing, and I can see that it has a positive impact. The thing that actually is the moody part of it is, of course, the commercial terms. We need to be a company owning money, being competitive, and trying to influence the market in some way so it improves. But in general, I would say I'm proud of Volkswagen. We have a good leadership. We are committed to sustainability. I can proudly represent Volkswagen still, so let's hope that that continues and our effort continues to go deeper and deeper. We actually adopted a very interesting strategy which is called degrowth by degrowing the industry. So the growth agenda of Volkswagen is actually trying to cannibalize on all crap in the market. Promote and provide high quality products actually reduces somewhere the need of buying a cheap product somewhere else. So proud of that and happy to be here. Thank you, Sala.
Thank you to both of our speakers, and thank you to the lovely audience. We were Volkswagen. You can visit our booth right next to here. Follow the pathways, and I wish you all a lovely and more such thought-provoking experiences at IFA. Thank you.
Wonderful. You did a great job, buddy. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the content here on our stage here at Hall 25. Now, we'll be bringing up in a couple of minutes Jan Strijak, who is the Associate Director at Counterpoint Research. What are we talking about today? We're going to be talking about smartphone circularity, the state of the market, the challenges, the opportunities. Here, we're going to be presenting a very lovely GMX email page for the public to view. Give us 1 minute to load, 2 minutes to load the proper presentation. Jan, come up on stage with me, pal. We might as well have a little bit of a chat here while coming to the center. So, how long have you been with Counterpoint Research?
Is this on? Can you hear me?
No. The microphone number, let me check the number.
4?
Microphone 4, could we turn it on? Yo, hello. Microphone 4, could we turn it on? 4? No, switch mic.
Check.
Okay, thank you.
Also microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4 as well.
Microphone 4. All right. So, how long have you been with Counterpoint Research?
So I've been at Counterpoint for about 4 years.
4 years.
Just over 4 years now.
Yeah.
I lead our European research, and I also lead our global sustainability research as well. So as part of that, we look very closely at the second-hand smartphone market. There we go. It's up there. The secondary smartphone market. So I will today be taking everyone through how we see both the primary and the secondary market. And I have a clicker.
Well, as press, I have to say I do follow the Counterpoint Research. It's very good. So
That's good to know.
I'm
That's
looking
good to know.
forward to this. Stage is all yours, Jan.
Thank you. I should have had Van Halen play me on as well. That would have been useful. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone who's still hanging about here. So as we said, my name is Jan Striak. I lead our European and sustainability research at Counterpoint Research. Down, there we go. Just to quickly, so Counterpoint Research, we are a global technology and marketing analyst firm. We cover most things to do with tech in terms of mobile devices, semiconductors, wearables, networks, etc. But today I'm going to go through our research on the smartphone market. Firstly, the bit of primary market and then the secondary. The reason why I want to talk about the primary market is because it's very important when you talk about the second-hand market, so the secondary market. You need the context. You need to understand what's happening in the primary market as well. Because typically what happens in the primary market, the new smartphone markets, 3-4 years down the line, that then becomes the second-hand market. So it's all very, very important. And it's also very important what's happening in Europe at the moment because things are, I say getting better. They're not great, but getting better. So if we look at 2023, so these are European smartphone sales every year going back to 2011. So 2013 was the worst year for smartphone sales in Europe since 2011. So as you can see, it's 148 million in 2023. That was a massive decline from where we were a few years ago. There are a few reasons for that. It kind of kicked off because of with the COVID pandemic. So people couldn't buy phones, people's financial situation wasn't great, so people didn't buy phones as often as they would have. So that was 2020, 2021, we then had, then 2022, we had then a global supply chain crisis. So there were not enough components being made, which meant there were not enough smartphones being made, so there was not enough supply to meet the demand. Then in 2022 and then 2023, we had the onset of the Russian-Ukraine war, which had spiraling effects in terms of global pricing, energy prices, and a cost of living crisis essentially across Europe in 2023, which led to people not wanting to buy new phones or at least delaying their new phones. I'll come on to what that means into the secondary market in a minute. But one thing we do see more recently, so in the last 2 quarters here, so the Q1 and Q2 of 2024, is a return to growth. So things are now back in the green, so things are growing again. Of course, some things to bear in mind there. The reason they're growing is because 2023 was so bad. So it's not great. Okay, markets returning to growth. Okay, that's good, but that's only because 2023 was so bad. We're still not back to the levels we had a few years ago, and to be honest, I don't think we ever will get back to those levels. But the positive news is that we've had 2 consecutive quarters of double-digit growth, and we haven't had that ever in the smartphone market. So things are looking a lot more positive. Quickly to look at the OEM breakdown in the new smartphone sales market, because of course this is very relevant to the second-hand smartphone market. And we can see that things haven't really changed over the last 5 years. So this is Q2 for the last five years. Competition has increased, but also competition has decreased at the same time. And I know that doesn't sound great, but I can explain what that means. So first of all, competition has increased because we've had a lot of new smartphone OEMs come into the European market. Back in 2020, we had Huawei. If you could go back another year, Huawei had nearly 20% market share. So Huawei exited, or was pretty much forced out in 2020. And since then, we've had a load of new, mostly Chinese OEMs come into the European smartphone market. So the likes of Honor and Oppo and Realme and Xiaomi, etc. To the point where now we have, top right, you can see all these new brands kind of fighting for market share. So competition in that regard has increased. However, competition has decreased in regards to the fact that the top 3, so Samsung, Apple, and Xiaomi, have only got stronger over the last 5 years. Their collective market share has got bigger. And if we look at that, so the share of the top 3 over the last 10 years, you can see where we've got to. Currently, so 2023, the top 3, so Apple, Samsung, and Xiaomi, accounted for 80% of European smartphone sales. In terms of the top 3, that's never been higher in Europe in the smartphone era. The only time it was less competitive was back in 2008, when, so kind of very early days of smartphones, when Nokia, Samsung, and Sony Ericsson accounted for 82%. Sony Ericsson, if you remember them. So in that regard, things are a lot less competitive. And if we look at how that compares to other regions, again, this is the top 3 market share in Europe. You can see that the only region where it's less competitive is in North America, where you've got Samsung, Apple, and who's that? Motorola up there. Western Europe, 86%. So competition's increased, but also decreased. So that's the context. That's the current situation we're looking at. So how does the secondary smartphone now look? Now, before I go on to that, a little bit around definitions, because there's quite a lot of definitional discrepancy within the secondary smartphone market. This is how we see it. So we have the total pre-owned market, so total second-hand market. These are global numbers, by the way, for 2023. So total pre-owned smartphones, about 1.1 billion around the world. That then is made up of either pre-owned smartphones that are not sold, so this can be either thrown into drawers or just handed down, down to family members, to friends, whatever. That's the majority. And then you have the pre-owned that are sold into channels, so actually traded in. That then feeds into either smartphones that are refurbished domestically and sold. There are those smartphones that are sold as is, so maybe a quick clean and then sold. Or you have the ones on the far left here, they're just recycled or reclaimed or sent for recycling, whatever. So we're interested in the green bit, so the refurbished side. And then down here in the green, in terms of our final consumption of refurbished smartphones, globally, we're looking at 183 million in 2023. Now that includes, so you've got the domestically, so ones that are collected and refurbished domestically within region, and then you have everything that's imported into that region. Now this is important when we come onto Europe, and I'll come onto that in a bit. So in terms of the numbers, these are our numbers. So as I mentioned, 183 in terms of the refurbished smartphones. That's what we're looking at globally. And that accounts for 14% of the total smartphones sold globally. And that, as you can see over the last few years, there's some significant growth there, particularly in the last few years. starting around 2020, where you had a rebound in demand post-COVID. And then you've also had an increase in consumer trust. You've had a bit of some better sentiment around second-hand devices. Of course, there's other challenges now. There is still that challenge of consumer trust in second-hand devices, and that's not just necessarily the devices, it's also trust in the whole process of trading in devices, and I'll come on to that later. And then you've also got the limited options beyond the flagships. So Apple and Samsung are, of course, the main brands. When people talk about the second-hand smartphones, it's pretty much exclusively those two. In China, there's a bit more from some of the other companies because there's more local collection, more local trade-in. But you're pretty much just talking about those two. And when you've got a region where there's growth in these with other OEMs, like I said, you've got Xiaomi in Europe, and then the growth of Honor and Realme and Motorola. If those devices are not in demand in the second-hand market, then that's an issue because you lose a whole chunk of the market. And here at the bottom, you can see the growth rate between the second-hand market, the refurbished market in red, and the new market in grey. And you can see in terms of new smartphones, we've had a decline, but in terms of growth of the secondary market, refurbished market, that is still on the way up. And what's interesting in Europe, though, is that Europe has the highest proportion of refurbished smartphones compared to the total market, and we are currently
One, two.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so Europe has the highest proportion of second-hand refurbished smartphones, so it's 16% in 2023, and that is higher than anywhere else. How am I doing? Okay, so looking at the OEMs, as I mentioned, Apple still dominates the global secondary smartphone market, as we all know and as we all expect. This hasn't really changed. If anything, Apple's got stronger, so 51% in 2023. This is globally, by the way. And Samsung have grown a bit as well. And a lot of this is because both of those two, Apple and Samsung, have improved their trade-in networks. They've improved their trade-in collection services and their programs. So it's become more appealing to trade in these second-hand devices. And also with Samsung, there's been an increased demand from the flagship devices, so the S series, starting really from the S20, S21, S22, and S23 more recently. The issue with Samsung is the majority of Samsung's volumes is not from the flagship devices, it's from the more mid-range, so the A series and the M series. And while there's a lot of volume there just isn't that demand in the secondary market. It was mentioned earlier, there's just not enough margin, there's not enough interest to trade in those devices because they're cheaper. The refurbishers don't get enough margin, so what's the point? It's still at that flagship end that really makes the difference. And that's the similar issue with the other OEMs as well. So with Oppo, Vivo, Huawei not in Europe, but it's that the issue is that they are not as present in the premium market as the other two, so Samsung and Apple. I showed earlier that Samsung and Apple and Xiaomi account for 80% of new sales in 2023 in Europe. When you look at the premium end, so $700 and above, Apple and Samsung together account for 96%. So it is entirely Apple and Samsung. There's very little room for anyone else. Some of the other OEMs have tried to make a bit of a dent in that premium end. Oppo tried a few years ago. Haven't really worked that well, and since last year, Oppo hasn't brought any of their flagship devices to Europe. May change. Apparently, they say that that Europe's a key market. We'll see what happens. Xiaomi have tried. They've got some very good of their flagship devices, but again, the volume just isn't there. Honor is probably the main manufacturer in Western Europe, in particular, that's making a real dent in the premium market. But it's still very small compared to the likes of Apple and Samsung. So When you're looking at trade-ins, which is mostly about the flagship, the high-end models, it's still almost exclusively Apple and Samsung. So, and it's pretty much the story in all regions. It's pretty much the same story. And what's interesting here is how this differs to the new market, because Apple is basically in demand everywhere in terms of the secondary market. And that's interesting compared to the new markets where Apple perhaps isn't as strong. So in China, for example, in terms of new sales, Apple accounts for about 18%. On the refurbished market, it's 44%. In Europe, Apple's about 27%, 28%, but 66% of refurbished is Apple. Africa as well, obviously, in terms of new smartphones, Apple is nowhere near there, but the incredible high demand for iPhones across Africa drives the refurbished market, and that's where Apple accounts for over 50%. But it's not just Apple. In Samsung in China, for example, in terms of the new market, hardly exists at all. Samsung has about 1.5% of new sales in China, but in refurbed, it's up at about 20%. So it's the difference in dynamics between the secondary and primary is really interesting here. I won't dwell too much on this, just emphasizes the point that it's all iPhones and Samsung across the globe. But it's still a lot of the older devices. So even in the US, it's still the iPhone 11 and 12 are the most in demand in terms of refurbished smartphones. The 13 is starting to come in. Likewise in Southeast Asia and Japan, but even in Europe, the 13 doesn't exist there yet. In the top 5 anyway, it's still the iPhone 12 and even the iPhone X. So we're talking pre-pandemic devices. Bit on pricing, so this is something that probably everyone's familiar with in the secondary market, how pricing has just steadily increased. Now, this is obviously purely market dynamics. The new phones are getting more expensive, so of course the second-hand phones, they're going to be more expensive. There's more demand for the second-hand devices, so they're getting more expensive. And Samsung in particular, you can see the dark blue line, second from the top. There's been that real recent shift up in price, and that's generally because of that increase in demand for the flagship devices. Other devices like OnePlus and Oppo and Vivo, still the price ranges are still a lot lower compared to Apple and Samsung, but Apple very much driving the ASPs up there. And Q1, Q2, you see a decline in Apple. That tends to happen when Apple is between between launches. But next week, when Apple launches the iPhone 16, we'll expect to have a spike in prices as it starts trickling down to the iPhones 15s, 14s, 13s, start becoming more prevalent in the second-hand market. And then similar, again, this is pricing, but this is by region instead. And you can see most of the pricing, the high prices at least, are being driven out of the US, in Europe, and in China. And the last quarter, we had a spike in Europe, so having the highest ASPs, and this is primarily, again, driven by Samsung, the high-end flagship devices, which are very popular in Europe, not as popular in the US compared to Apple. So that's why we have that spike in Europe. So back to that chart for Europe. So this is that flow from total pre-owned, so all second-hand smartphones, ones that are not sold, so handed down, they're at the far right, and then you have ones that are sold, etc. So we end up with a total refurbished consumption of 27 million in 2023. Now, what's interesting here, and a fact that has been talked about quite a lot here, is the regulation when it comes to things like the CE markings or the USB-C regulations. Now, that's going to have a significant impact on the import of devices, as we talked about. You know, those devices are no longer going to be able to be imported into Europe. So that refurbished import there, that's effectively gone. So we think 9 million. So a third of the market effectively gone as of next year. So that is obviously a significant hit in terms of the supply of these devices. And it's going to be very interesting to watch how that unfolds. Firstly, how does demand shift towards these devices? Because obviously we're trying to get demand for second-hand smartphones up, but if the supply is not there, what happens? So in terms of Europe, so this is where we got to with the 27 million down the bottom there, and you can see the growth in terms of the proportion of the total, and we've got to 16% in 2023. Now, as I said, there was a big jump kind of post-COVID, and because of the supply chain crisis, that there were just not enough new smartphones available in the market. So that resulted in that big jump in 2022 of people going, you know what, I don't need a new device. I'm going to go to a second-hand, either because the new device I want isn't available, or I'm having some financial issues because of the pandemic and because of work or whatever, so I'm going to shift to a second-hand device, and there's that spike there. The problem is now is that we've seen a significant flattening of the market in Europe. So again, we've got the same number on the top right. So we went from 16% growth in 2022, but now in 2023 it was only 4% growth. So still growth, which is good, but very much a flatlining of that growth. Now there's a few reasons for that. So where we had that significant growth in 2022, which led to a flooding of these second-hand devices into the market. So in effect, there was an oversupply. So that resulted in demand dropping because supply is there. Meanwhile, we've also had the very fact of refurbishing, very process of refurbishing getting more and more expensive. Whether it's overall bills, overall costs going up as they have for everyone else. Everyone else is seeing increased costs. So obviously factories and refurbishers are seeing the same. But we also have other factors like regulation. So we've mentioned already the CE and the USB-C regulation that's making this refurbishing and trading more difficult. And so general refurbishing is actually becoming a lot more difficult. So a lot of the smaller companies where trading might not be as attractive as it once was, they're either folding or they're being acquired, or they're shifting to maybe process and refurbish phones less, and they're just shifting the phones as is. You know, they're giving them a quick clean and then passing them on, so less actual refurbishing. So this in turn is leading to a decline in growth. So it's a slowdown of the refurbished market. And as we've mentioned with the regulation changes coming in, that's only going to get more difficult. I realize I'm short on time, so I'm going to try and go a bit faster. Looking at the outlook of refurb over the next few years, it's not very interesting because it's all just growing at a fairly steady speed over the next few years at a global level. What's perhaps more interesting is when we look at it at a more regional level. So China, we had a big slowdown in 2023 because on 2022 and 2023 because of the extended post-pandemic lockdowns. In Europe, we also had that, but we've now got this issue about the regulation and the oversupply, etc. So we've got that slowdown. We are expecting that once all these issues have been worked through, once the regulation has been worked through, that we'll see a spike in Europe in 2026 and 2027. But pretty much everywhere else, we can see this steady increase in second-hand refurbished smartphones. Now, in terms of some of the drivers and challenges here, so let's talk through some of these. So in terms of the drivers, increased availability, there's a lot more opportunity to trade in devices these days. There's a lot more incentive to trade in devices. You've got the big OEMs like Samsung and Apple who are making it more appealing to trade in devices, offering good prices for second-hand devices. So there's more availability. People are generally more interested in doing the right thing for the environment. Whether they'll actually pay more to do that, that's another question. But in general, people want to do the right thing more. Iterative device upgrades. So yeah, that is definitely a thing we've seen over the last few years, where consumers, there's this perception that new smartphones just aren't that interesting anymore. They're iterative upgrades. So they're just not big jumps like they used to be. So we'll see what the iPhone 16 comes out is next week, but I can't imagine there's going to be a massive jump that will suddenly get everyone to want to upgrade. So the idea is, for a lot of people, it's, well, why do I get the new one for a high price? I can get a slightly older device for a much better price. Why not? Makes sense. Regulation we've talked about. Partner demand, a lot more partners in Europe, whether it's operators or distributors or channel partners, are insisting more on having more sustainable devices or having more refurbished options. So that's in turn driving the market. AI, that's an interesting one because I just mentioned that innovation hasn't really been there in the smartphone market. This year is a bit of an exception where because of the new AI features that are coming into smartphones, you may have seen some of them launched here. Samsung, for example, Honor, they're all coming out with new AI features. And that's finally bringing a bit of excitement back to the primary market, so the new smartphone market. And we are expecting this year to have a upgrade super cycle. So typically every 3 to 4 years, people upgrade their devices. We think this year that might be slightly higher. So people who, let's say, maybe who upgraded last 2 or 3 years ago, because there's finally something interesting in these new smartphones. The one exception is Apple, because Apple's having an issue with its Apple Intelligence AI software, I suppose, program, because the EU is not allowing it. So Apple will not be able to launch its Apple Intelligence features in the EU. So the people who might have been waiting for the iPhone 16 because it's going to have some nice AI features, they'll be disappointed, unfortunately. So while we still think Apple will do very well next week with the new iPhone, it might not be as good as it might have been if Apple Intelligence was going to be included as well. Samsung's done very well off the back of its AI features with the S24 at the beginning of the year and the foldables launched last in July. And Honor's doing well too, but Apple still needs to catch up a bit there. Challenges, okay, so we have lengthening replacement cycles because people are holding on to the devices for longer, whether it's because they just don't want to buy them as often, the new phones aren't as exciting as they were, they've got financial challenges, all these issues. The phones last longer as well, the batteries don't degrade as often as quickly as they used to. So people are holding on to their devices for 3 years, 4 years on average, which is much more than they used to, which means that obviously they're not trading in those devices as often as they used to. I've covered some of these. More local demand in key export markets. So we're seeing a spike in growth of trade-ins in the likes of Japan or the US, and these are key markets for exports into Europe. If there's more demand in those markets, there's less export, which means there's less import into Europe, and that's harming demand. Regulation, talk about as well. Inconsistent pricing and grading. Yeah, that's still a massive issue in the industry, that it's still not easy to trade in your device. There's so many ways you can do it, so many inconsistencies with the pricing, or the quotes you get, or the grading you get. I've got lots of stories about this, but I'm out of time, so if you want to hear that, you can grab me later. And then things like availability of pricing of spare parts and the whole part pairing issue. So this is a huge deal for refurbishers, especially when it comes to Apple. So independent refurbishers can't easily, let's say, use non-Apple devices, non-Apple components in when they're refurbishing, and this is a massive issue, whether it's because of part pairing, so the serialization issue, where the components need to be serialized with the device, or software issues where the phone doesn't recognize the device, recognize the components. This is a huge issue for some of the smaller refurbishers, and even for the larger refurbishers, it gets very expensive to have to be an official Apple refurbisher. So that is a huge issue. And then lastly, I'm going to cover the unclear business opportunity, and this is exactly what the conversation earlier was with Foxway, is what is the trade-off between making a profit and doing the right thing? So everyone, of course, wants to do the right thing, but when your main business is all about selling as many smartphones as possible, Apple doesn't do anything unless it makes them money. So yes, they say all the right things, but ultimately Apple wants to sell as many new phones as possible. And it's the same with Samsung, same with Xiaomi, same with Honor. They all want to sell as many phones as possible. So while they say the right things, it's still very much, no, we need to sell as many as possible. So until it becomes more appealing for them to put sustainability at the front, whether it's because of incentives or whether if it feeds directly into business targets and business goals, then things still won't really change. Right, I think that's the end. I've gone over, I'm sorry, but thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, please grab me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've gone over,
Up
sorry.
on this stage. That was wonderful, Jan. You had a lot of information encompassing a lot of, these hard to find numbers about the industry. So it was great. I don't know if you noticed, but while you had certain charts up, all of a sudden people collected and were looking up and pointing at them and that. So thank you for joining us.
Taking photos, I saw you.
Do we have any questions for Jan? Questions? See, you're too good. You gave everybody the answers. All
I'm
right.
out of time. Everyone wants coffee.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's hear a round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on our stage. Our next presentation is going to be Stefan de Lin, who is the founder of Minimize, and we're going to be talking about the Global South, right?
Correct.
And is it a future recycling powerhouse? That's the question that's going to be answered today. Stefan, all yours, pal. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Yep. Yeah, thanks for having me. Second year for Minimize, so, I guess we're first moving on to our presentation. I'll wait while that's on the screen. So second year for Minimize to be here. It's always a bit of a different topic for Minimize in the space that IFA usually finds itself in is innovation and tech. Minimize comes at it from a different angle. We're a recycling company. We operate in the Global South. We collect electronic waste. So we're mostly coming at this from a little bit of a different space, and I hope to give you something, kind of a new perspective on what the impact of e-waste could be and what the potential is. I see that the slides are coming up, so and in that context, basically, I'm bringing a lot of data that might be a little bit new to people or some stuff that you've never seen before. And that's exactly the point. So it's about resources today that I'm talking about. It's about the impact of what recycling looks like in Europe versus the Global South, and then specifically why the Global South is the future there, from my perspective. All right, so I'm only going to be able to drag this out for so much longer. But I guess it's a work in progress. There we go. Yeah, yeah, cheers. Let's just give it a moment while that's being set up. We did provide also a PowerPoint. I don't know if that's... Yeah, no, it's great. It works. It works. Thank you very much. All right, there we go. Right, so as I said, my perspective on e-waste management, looking at it, coming at it from a different angle, that's the whole point here. We have a lot of innovation here at IFA, and specifically what I want to show is what does the other side of the coin look like currently in the Global South. I kind of, when I made this presentation, wanted to see if there was if I could get a show of hands who knows this 22% number. So, show of hands if you know 22% documented recycling rate. couple of hands. So this is this year's reported documented recycling rate of e-waste globally, which if you look at this, basically, this is what the other side of recycling looks like. If you talk about 22% documented recycling rate, this is the 78%, basically. But I do want to make a point here and say that the keyword is not the burning of the waste, it's actually the keyword is documented. Because there is a very important point to make about what you see in those pictures, is that the metals, I would actually argue, probably nearly 100% will be recycled. I would be really certain at this point from the data that we see that there is pretty much no copper that you will find just being dumped. It'll be taken and it will be processed and it will go into new products. So the keyword here is 22% documented recycling rate. The real recycling rate is probably more like 100%. And why do I have the right to even talk about this? Well, this is me plus one of my team members. We're here in India, basically, and Minimize as a company builds the infrastructure for e-waste recycling in the global south. We build infrastructure in places where it doesn't exist yet, and then we help with producing data that is basically proof of recycling for that 78% that you currently don't see. Plus, we help customers give access to circular resources. So resources that come from waste that can make it into new products if they were recycled correctly and safely. So this is what the 22% looks like. This is recycling in Europe. And if you can make something out of these plastics, I would really give you an award for it because it's so mixed. The European recycling infrastructure is so built on scale and mass that they automatically shred everything that they can. And they have no ability to sort by color anymore. They don't know what types of plastics are in there. And it's all based on metals. And then on the other side, when you look at the metals, it's actually also completely mixed. So then the smelters are the ones who have to extract this. Whereas the 78% might be undocumented, but it is highly sorted. So plastics are sorted by color, circuit boards are sorted by circuit boards. The only issue is that the way that it's being extracted is really polluting to the planet. So what they do is they don't, in the global south, generally really take care of degassing fridges or taking care of displays and the mercury that's inside of them. And to get to the metals, usually they end up burning the plastics in the end. But if you can get to the plastics before it's burned, you actually have a source of highly sorted and highly qualitative plastics that can make it into new products. And that's why I kind of put together this waste hierarchy here and said, it is not necessarily when you go beyond recycling that it usually goes into landfill or anything like that. Actually, the waste hierarchy continues in the global south. It gets dismantled there. The metals get sold. Then usually it gets burned, what's left. And then what remains is metals again, and those get sold. And then it goes to landfill, which then at that point is basically just scorched earth at that point. So that's where we come with kind of a step that I want to suggest to put in between. So I'm going to call it recirculate. And after recycling, there is an opportunity to properly depollute the waste that is there, present, still keep it sorted, but then finding and guiding the materials back into new products. And that is sort of what we're trying to do. But there are two questions when you look at this, because the informal markets that treat this waste in Nigeria, Ghana, India, these are millions of people that are being employed by this market, basically, that are dependent on their livelihood. So you don't want to just take the waste away from them and say, we're going to recycle it and we're going to do it better. Ideally, you want to involve them and you want to motivate them to say, I love the sorting that you're doing, but please don't burn it after. So can we motivate informal collectors to document properly? And then can we, secondly, once we do that, can we actually measure that it had a positive impact? And that's what I'm going to show today. basically, a first proof point that I think doesn't exist yet so far. At least I've never found it, so I'm really hoping to bring some new data here. To date, Minimize this year has collected 52 tons of e-waste, so we have quite some data to work with. Our goal this year is 100 tons. We collect from the countries that you see, so Mexico all the way to India. And each of the collectors that we work with, we give them access to our reporting software. So we help them first of all collecting, and then we say, please document very well what you're doing. And we do that in custom software so that we can extract insights ourselves and look at where we can improve and where in the world are certain resources even present. So that brings me to this specific project that we did just to find out what the impact of the informal market is. This was not a commercial project. We contracted informal workers, these men here on the trucks, they work in the informal market in India. We contracted a partner in India to collect 18 tons of white goods. Fits quite well to the IFA theme, I would say, so that's why I picked this data today. 18 tons of waste, but from two types of sources. One, what we call harvested. That means that the informal market already had the chance to extract some of the most valuable components out of it. And then the other 9 tons are called unharvested. That means that we got the material before the informal market got their hands on it, basically. And then we can compare. We can see what material gets extracted immediately, what remains, and what we can do with that material. So that's what you see here. This is unloading of the trucks. This was last month, so this is really fresh. This is the dismantling, and here I have to give an acknowledgement that this wouldn't be possible in Europe because of labor cost. So you cannot have 4 people dismantling 2 fridges cost effectively. So I am aware that when I'm saying the Global South is a potential recycling powerhouse, that is because I don't think you could do this in Europe at the moment. But this is the output currently. So out of 11 tons that we have collected to date, a little over 11 tons, what we see here is a breakdown of all the materials that they were able to sort. And if there is a recycler in Europe out there that can give you this type of data, I would maybe swallow my words, but I don't think it exists. And you can see here specifically from unharvested data, this is basically the material that the informal sector hasn't been able to extract the most valuable resources from. We would expect that at least immediately they would rip out the motors of washing machines. These are 11 tons of washing machines, right? What I'm talking about. The motors would probably be ripped out immediately, and the PCBs, so the circuit boards. But what I'm actually, actually here's an example of what usually happens to the PCBs. So this is what PCB extraction looks like in India. But what I'm actually really interested in this case, is not the fact that the motors and the PCBs were there, because as I told you before, those will be recycled anyway. What won't get recycled, and what we now get our hands on, what's quite interesting here, is that 16.3% of the material we collected was white PP, plastic. That is pure, and we can use it again in new white good products, basically, if there was an off-taker for it, which there currently isn't. That's what it looks like. This is not necessarily all our white PP. This is a snapshot of the recycling that happens on a day-to-day basis. And the irony here is this is happening every day in recycling in India, not because they want to sell plastics. There is no buyer for the plastics. It's because it makes the price of the metals that remain, it puts that higher, basically. The purity of the metals that remains is better. So they're sitting on these plastics and they're not getting rid of them at the moment. And when you put that into perspective, so now I'm really getting to the point of why the Global South is such a potential powerhouse. Compared to Germany, India generates 4 times more e-waste per year. So that's 4 million tons, 4 billion kilos every year. That's handled mostly by the 2 million waste workers that they have, the informal waste pickers, basically. And if you count the potential 16.3% plastics, that's 650,000 tons, basically, so 650 million kilos of white PP plastics that are currently going to waste every year, basically, and that could end up in products. I put Germany there as a little cube because I'm pretty sure that we don't even know how much plastics get lost there. It's all of it. So we definitely won't be getting that back. And then if we take some data from waste incineration, which I was able to drop in as well, if you burn plastics, which is what currently happens, the CO2 emissions of burning plastics is about 2.7 tons per ton of plastic that you burn. So you emit 2.7 tons of CO2 for each ton of plastic burned. And so 650,000 tons of plastics going to waste currently burning is also 1.7 million tons of CO2 that could be avoided if you didn't burn it and you found a buyer for it. And so from that perspective, I would really say that there is a huge opportunity, and that's kind of why IFA today is a chance for us, is to say, join us. There is large amounts of plastics out there. There are large amounts of resources waiting to be used into post-consumer recycled plastics, etc., for new products. And if you want to work with us, if you want to help us collect more waste, if you want access to those resources, I really ask you to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Stefan, stay right there. Don't leave.
I'm not moving.
I'm joining you.
I'm not moving.
We need to find out if the folks have any questions, because I thought you made a powerful case for having the South as a powerhouse. So I thought that came through clear. Do we have any questions from the audience? You're a researcher. You have to have a question. Right there, right in front. Where's my extra microphone for the extra microphone?
I can also, I'll give my microphone.
Okay,
Here.
thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stefan. That's really, really interesting. My question is, so you've talked about India and you've talked about Mexico. Where else do you think has this potential? So I noticed there was Kenya. I think was it Ghana as well and Brazil. Where else do you think this could happen?
So currently we operate in 7 countries, and I think all the 7 countries that we work in have that potential. That's oh, all right. So I guess we're going for a walk. So in the 7 countries that we currently work in, that's the 7 countries that we at least see that potential in. I can't really speak for all the countries in the Global South. I don't really know. We know that there are e-waste kind of, let's call them hubs, you know, places that receive a lot of e-waste or import it basically from Global North. So those would be Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, India, Mexico. And beyond that, I think, for example, Brazil would be a huge market more, for example, that currently we haven't really tapped into yet. Yeah, but I could see this happen with that 78% of all e-waste basically that currently is outside of that structure. Yeah.
Okay, well, so one other question. So from what you've mentioned in terms of the number of, the amount of tons of this, the white good, the white plastic, I mean, you said that it doesn't really happen in Europe because Europe recycling is all based around scale.
Exactly.
It sounds like there is a lot of scale. Or is it because the Europe's so fragmented that there's no one country that's got enough scale? Or is it just because in Europe there isn't, it's not as big as India obviously, so there isn't that amount of scale? So why isn't it happening in Europe?
It's the method of recycling that's the problem. Mechanical recycling in Europe is very cost effective. It requires little amount of labor. Like few people can work at a plant and still process a huge amount of waste. So 2 million waste workers in India are matched by 400 recyclers in Germany, basically. So you can imagine that's kind of like difference in efficiency that they have. And from that perspective, the only downside of shredding is that shredding is very like material resource agnostic. It doesn't really care, and plastics are very hard to separate once they've been shredded. And I'm fully aware that maybe the Global North will never be able to sort plastics the way that the Global South does because it requires manual sorting. So that's why I think the Global South can be that powerhouse actually for plastics recycling. That's kind of the point there. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any more questions for my speaker? Stefan, you did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Guten Arbeiten.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our next guest here on stage in Hall 25, we'd like to present to you Gustav Riding, who is CEO and founder of Retention Masters Europe AB. His topic today is how does simplicity of the digital guarantee, how does it serve scale for conversion, green claims, right to repair, and the EU product password. So without further ado, I present to my stage Gustav. Thank you for joining us. Gustav told me an interesting story before we started. Thank you for joining us. Yes. You told me this interesting story before we started, you know, how you came to found the company, because you went on a call about a product and you didn't like what you got back, the feedback, right?
Yes, correct. Yes, so the story was, I was this consumer that called the support. I got help, and then I broke the product even more, because I'm very, very impractical person. So I realized they really have a problem of looking after me and how much it costs and what could be done instead. So this crazy idea led to that we are now at IFA and talking to the big brands that are renting the most of the space here.
Thank you. I'm going to let you go ahead.
All right, brilliant. All right, I'm going to talk about this serious topic regarding sustainability, and as you have heard, the other speakers before me is like there is seriosity, but also how to make money out of this. And the big problem is that there is no data supporting the business to evolve and looking after us as a consumers, looking after the sustainability, and extend the life cycle of the products that we buy and trade at this place and what we do at home. So guys, what about my presentation? Whom is, I need the remote control to... launching the video also. Yes. And give me 10 minutes. When it's 10 minutes left, you tell me. Okay, guys. So I got my presentation prepared as well. All right. So when talking to an audience at a conference, I would like to know if you could do a quick raise your hand here so I can understand. How many of you guys sitting here are retailers? Up with a hand. Okay, no one. How many of you are management? Okay, not that many either. How many of you are from the press? Okay, here are a few guys from the press. And how many of you have lost your receipts when you want to fix and claim something back? Raise your hands. I have lost many receipts, right? And then the guarantee doesn't work right. And we found out the solution of how to manage that. And that led to other problems for the industry that I'm going to walk through here for the next 25 minutes. Yeah, so what I'm going to go through here is also a bit that there are different perspectives of the problem we have here. We're going to sell more, we're going to save the nature, and we need to give simplicity to the end users. Because if we give simplicity to the end users, we get data, and the data leads to higher conversion, and then we can run the circular business models that we have to put into place. And also you have heard about that the EU is coming up with these regulations, which also will affect the business and how we should buy and look after products as such. Besides, I'm going to explaining what we are doing. I'm going to give you some insights also, because we are involved in the EU standardization work as well. Because there are 2-3 things that you can have as takeaway from my presentation. So, the thing is that we need to give true circular value to the consumers. And if we do that, we can get the ball rolling in terms of the data and the simplicity. And if we don't do it, we fail and we lose trust against the consumers, then it's hard to start a new journey, really. So what I'm going to talk about here is that change your bundling and offering. And as we have discovered is that if you put the digitalization as default in terms of guarantees, then you will standardize your circular models, the compliance, and the simplicity of ownership. So who am I? Well, I told you I was the consumer that had big problems. The other story is also that I don't come from the industry. I'm a supply chain guy from the beginning. I'm doing some IT as well. Hobbies are like traveling, hobby, and ice hockey. I'm from Sweden, so you know ice hockey is what we do during the winter time. My 6th IFA, one milestone, I came to first IFA. Let's see if I can come on stage one day. Now I'm on stage for what we really believe in is needed to be done. And as an innovator also, I have through network sent out a pitch also to Richard Branson, you know, the guy who is Virgin Atlantic and one of the global players in terms of inventions. Just fun fact. So, as I said a couple of minutes ago, we have the struggle with no data, and then we can't do digitalization, and then we cannot run our EU compliance, and the whole purpose is that we're going to recycle and refurbish, and also we're going to make money. From the beginning, we pitched the digital guarantee as a way of increasing conversion of business because there were no data. And the data that is there show that you lose customers so often because you don't look after me properly, and then you go to the next brand. So there is a huge business case outside the digital guarantee as such. So the thing is, can we then do the true circular value? Well, we have to. This is when they, in EU, when they put through the right to repair law that is now coming into effect. And then we have the digital product passport coming up as well. This big elephant that is a bit behind us, we need to react so we are prepared for when we can't sell without being compliant. So, so what are we doing? Here is the one slider giving the elevator pitch of the Retention Masters Europe from as such. What we're doing here is that the consumer sees, I buy an item with a digital guarantee as default. I don't have to keep track of everything. It goes automatically to the cloud. We are not generating problem with your personal data. And then you get the library. Now it's a bit a shady picture here. I will show a video here in 2 minutes that will walk you through all the steps. However, so everything ends up in this library. What happens here is the brands want you to register online, and there is like 7% maybe that is logged there. What happens here is that all data is here, and it's shared between the brand and the consumer and the retailer. And out of that, you can look after the life cycle. So then we give the consumer control, and the industry can look after the retention and the churn and the brand. So the boring thing when you have listened to all the other guys with the statistics, and also end of the day, is the fact is that the data is there, but it's not organized. Manufacturer has data, resellers has, and the consumer has something as well. But it's not organized. And then it's hard to look after me, give the right service. Circular economy needs planning, and it cannot happen without structured data. So as you saw on the last slide is that, okay, bundle with a digital guarantee as default, and then you have right data from the beginning that will follow until end of life. So, guys, could you start my video, please? It's going to be a 2 minutes walkthrough of how it works, and as a salesperson, what you need to look after. So, technical guys, are you done? So it's just giving the high level. There are many aspects of the digital guarantee, but as a salesperson, what do you need to do to get the conversion and get the data, and also be able to transform into your circular business models?
This beta video about the digital guarantee will walk you through the system workflow for onboarding customers and the life cycle journey. Retention Masters Europe AB is an innovation company that delivers the service, the digital guarantee, service stored online, as default for consumer electronics and home appliances. The service means stronger consumer experiences at lower costs and loyalty overview on all end users that you have on board our service. The brand is our customer, and the solution is part of the offering in the value chain targeting the consumer, B2B2C. The service is provided on a service level agreement to the brand and its end users. When the point of sales gets the answer that the purchase is handled correctly, then it's possible to use information as a consumer. Result is that all articles gathered in one place. Retention Master system will recognize if the user is new or old to the system or to the brand. Now you understand how we will extend your database with a configuration for digital identities. Please note, Retention Masters will let your application search and save for creating an update of an identity. The save status data will be moved into the specific digital identity you have worked with and at the back end of Retention Masters. Output is a revised digital identity shared with all stakeholders involved. The IT ecosystem is made for updating the digital identities during the life cycle.
Okay. All right, so that was the generic orientation of the solution. Now I have to flip forward to this slide, right? What is happening now? I will fix myself. Okay, guys, there was a mismatch. This shouldn't happen on stage here, but it did. Okay, now a right slide. So, to make this happen, the brand and the retailers has to agree about how the offering should look like. And then there is different aspects of this. It's regarding the bundling and the offering. The brand decides how we're going to sell with the digitalization, and then the offering is based on the negotiation with the specific retailers and how they know which type of customers they have and how it's going to be organized locally. And I'm going to show you a use case that we have with Sharp Electronics and what type of topics that we have on the table right now to be able to go to market. So the work is like on the top level, the strategic work you understood to make sure we work with data to look after compliance, circular economy, and the business conversion, right? And also, let's say, we as a small innovation company, we have challenges as well to make this happen. And that is like the people who are doing sales in this business, they are employed for driving sales and understanding customers. Change management is a different topic, which we have to respect. So, as I said, we have the data everywhere, but we can't put it together. So that's why the way of standardization the data should be way to move forward. And then if we see the example with Sharp here, what happens in the library is that whether you sell with extended guarantees or standard guarantees doesn't really matter. Our business model doesn't clash with that. You make sure that you offer and bundle in the way that works for the specific consumers. And then also you have another feature here on the bottom. You see E received and E sustained. And that is if you sell your product to next user, then you transfer this library to the next owner. So what happens is that the data follows the product until end of life. And then the value of the product increases as such. So, but also in this context, we talked about the EU compliance. If you look here down in the right corner, it says Product Passport. Product Passport, one part of it means that the user should have access to environmental data. The other part is that the brand has to report that they're only selling things that are according to law. So then they need data from the libraries to them, and also the user needs sustainability data so they can be a customer in the circular economy, as we just discussed all this afternoon. So, and there's one important simplicity here for retailers. That is that this compliance work with the Product Passport can be separated from the sales, because the database on the brand will communicate directly with the library. And if you're a Chinese or a Korean company, same thing, you have your database that connects to the library, and if there's a distributor involved, it's fixed. You don't have to discuss data systems through the distributor, really. So it's all about the sustainability databases that talks to our library model, and that's the simplicity. And then you have the consumer's control with the simplicity. So the challenge is now, there are two levels. There's a strategic part, and there's also the detailed part, how to make this happen, how to discuss with the retailers, where to start, what are the products, which type of data, and so forth. What is super critical for our success. And then the whole point and message with this is that you have transparency through the life cycle. There will be correct data at the resellers. MediaMarkt talked about this earlier today, that the value of data in the different communities for helping the German consumers to come into the circular economy. And then you will have increased consumer satisfaction. I will never be misunderstood. They have data of my product and what happened last time. So I will not be frustrated when I'm calling to the call center. So, on the final line, what happens then? Instead of having 5-6% of data, you will have 95% of what is out there in the market. Same for the reseller. You may have your loyalty club, but on the final line, the loyalty club will have access to the data that is connected to the guarantee and the compliance. And then the consumer will feel I am in control. And this will also boost what the guy from Samsung partner talked here an hour ago also regarding that. Okay, I will be more pleased as a consumer. So, the strategic part, if we have structured data that we are sharing, we will have a good start of the circular economy and can also balance the compliance work without getting strangled. So here's another view of the changing of ownership. I have bought something, I sell it to the next user, push over the data and the product to that library. And then there is a sales opportunity because you will have a relation with the person who is actually using the product. You don't know that today. And through the guarantee system, you will know it. So, practical advice. A few minutes left, and then maybe there are some questions. Number one is that future-proof your product specs. It's a bit a boring comment, but make sure that you know what data that is explaining what's inside your product before the compliance rules and law starts. And then the other thing is that scaling advice, consensus about definitions. It's like you need to agree how you define things, because when you start to scale compliance, you cannot administrate it properly. Very important practical information. A bit boring, it's not sales related, but it will get problem for sales if it's not sorted from the beginning. So, and then the other part of it, when you will do digitalizations with the users, what about the GDPR? Now the story with GDPR on the basic is that you need to have a process. And if you have a process regarding the personal data in case of, then you are safe. And the people are more scared because they hear all the bad news about GDPR, but that is when there is no process. So to make this happen, we have a few different partnerships with consultancy companies. We are involved in the EU Standardization Committee GTC 24. And that is for making sure that the right data will match from the library model to the brand's product lifecycle management system. So guys, that was all from my side. Thank you all last minute for spending the time with me and explaining why we should do simplicity by data. So thank you very much, and I wish you a nice evening. I'm visible in the trade app here at IFA, so if somebody feels for a follow-up chat, don't be shy, send a chat there and we can meet up.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Stay up here
yes,
with a minute. Come to the center. Come to the center of the stage. All right. So I just want to, first of all, thank you. On behalf of all of us consumers who have called up and been frustrated by service departments because they didn't react.
Yes,
and
correct.
I think, the fact that you're building this company, but it's also a mission. It's also a mission to help solve the problem of when that product needs repair or needs a service. So I think that's really commendable. I wanted to thank you for doing it. Let me just ask if there's anybody that has a question for Gustav. Just checking the audience to see. I guess you told everybody everything.
Yes, okay. I can share one common question, is that who is paying for this?
Yes.
It is the brand that is paying a transaction fee to us because we are an information broker. We don't intervene with how you sell. So it works in that way. That's number one. Number two is that I don't want my data to go somewhere, as I'm super scared of sharing data. Okay. So the thing is that to have the library to work, we don't need to know where you live. We just need to make sure that you can log into the library. That is the basics. And this leads to also that if you are the personal security guard of the queen or the king, you can still have a library. But if you're very scared, there is a backup solution as well to in case of you want to go outside your library but have track on the product. So it's put into place. And the other thing is, if you're a big brand, they ask, how are you going to make this? I mean, there is like 198 million households in Europe. So Gustav, how are we going to fix it? Well, the true story is that we have a mature platform in our investors network that has been doing public tenders in Europe on a high level. So there is a system that is mature for information management that we will use that backend to scale these things. So that's why the big brands trust us. They understand that we have thought of their concerns, that we don't ruin their data once it's there.
Gustav, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming up here and sharing on stage. Thank you very much, everybody. This is the final session for today for Hall 25. Thank you for joining us.